So, picking up straight after the events of last session, Epicos, you are kind of going full tilt with the cart in tow, kind of away from the kind of a hail of kind of small projectiles being pelted at you by the villagers of Namping. You can see like a little way ahead of you, the kind of military column is making reasonable pace back to Tongguan. Obviously, you know the route back. It won't be too bad a journey for you, but it's starting to get into your stride. You reckon it'll take about a day for you to make it back, assuming no unexpected hindrances. But obviously, you can't help think that you might be potentially scratching the surface of something that goes a little bit deeper after your findings in Namping and the relation to the bandits. But leaves you all with some potential thinking to do, because you are now a free man, Epicos.
The wind in my hair never felt so good.
How much hair do you have?
I was about to ask that.
I've got a head of hair. I've got a tail.
Yeah, but how long is your hair? Would you say?
Probably fairly short, actually.
Oh, okay. But then you've got hair everywhere else.
Given fighting pits, more for them to grab onto.
Yeah, of course. That makes sense.
I like to picture that during this discussion, Epicos doesn't actually remove his helmet, just likes to describe it. Okay, so you carry on. You do leave the village behind you, but night is starting to fall. Now you're not too far back from kind of the main Imperial Highway. It's definitely not the most dangerous road to take in the dark, but obviously it would have a few drawbacks, but it will get you there faster.
We barely slept the night before, though.
Yeah.
This is also true, and that would be one of the drawbacks.
Yeah, if we can find like a small village or a roadside inn or something along the way, I'm probably going to pull in, see if they've got like an inn or something.
So you don't find a village as such, but within the next half hour, you do find a kind of a postal station, somewhere where riders can kind of refresh their horses. It forms, the backbone of the Imperial Post network and allows a pretty fast transfer of lengthy messages. So it would have basic facilities. You'd be able to probably find at least a roof over your head and some board.
Yeah.
The place isn't particularly busy though. There are a couple of officials manning the station, but other than that, it's quite quiet. You imagine a lot of the traffic or the unnecessary personnel have made their way to Tongguan for the festivities. But yeah, you're able to crash in there. It's a reasonable charge. They charge you 5 copper per head for room and food for the evening.
Not too bad.
That was not too bad at all. I'll take it.
Well, it's an official place, so it's somewhat subsidised by public funds.
Ah, okay.
And somewhere in the distance, I hear Chaz reeing about the thought of taxation being put to good use.
Oh, if only he was on this chat now, he'd be laughing.
I could be streaming for him. Fuck, what a missed opportunity.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
I imagine he's waiting for some renovation project or other, given the time difference.
Oh, God, don't.
All right, so you guys pass the night uneventfully. You managed to kind of get a good night's sleep, which is pretty well needed. As you say, the previous night's endeavour meant that a lot of you had quite heavy eyelids by the time you managed to set yourselves down. But the morning comes, and with it the kind of traffic that you would expect on a road of this size. So as you guys are kind of getting yourselves ready and fed, you can kind of see that life is returning to this place. Quite a few merchants seem to be travelling these roads, which, again, not uncommon. It's a road connecting two sizable cities with quite a few little offshoots going to different towns, so there is a lot of trade going in both directions. So, Epicos, you reckon you're probably only about half a day away from Tongguan now?
We can easily be there by sundown. Everyone jump on.
Sounds good to me. I might actually have a coffee this morning before I go. Ugh.
Let's go, go, go!
Was last night any kind of rest, Crispy? Like a short rest or a long rest?
Yeah, you'll have got a long rest out of that.
Assume that, because sorry.
So you guys make your preparations. Lime brews a steaming pot of what can only be described as sludge, but she claims is coffee. But
Sounds
it
about
seems
right.
to do the trick. And before too long, you're back on the road. So you make good progress. Again, it's a very well-maintained road with a particularly nice surface, especially compared to some of the dirt roads you've been on to Nanping. But it does take a couple of hours to get back still. And by the time you're approaching the city gates, you reckon it's probably mid-afternoon. But you can see the city is still very much in the swing of the New Year festivities. You can kind of hear the noises coming from the market, and the post office here is also particularly busy. You can see there's a bit of a traffic jam of wagons looking to get in. Some officials are kind of going the rounds. So you've no choice, I'm afraid, but to wait your turn. And eventually two kind of customs and excise officers make their way up to your wagon. State your business.
We are transporting a shipment of timber for Tang Tao. It is his wagon. It is his shipment from Nanping.
They kind of take a look in the back and see, obviously, this kind of freshly sawed timber. Obviously, you managed to take quite a big shipment with you. All right, we know the guy. Move along.
Thank you, sir.
Cheers.
So they move to the next one. You guys are free to go. Now, obviously, yes, you do have this shipment, which we'll need at some point delivering to its intended recipient. But you also, you imagine, probably need to report back to the magistrate at some stage quite soon too.
How opposite directions are they?
So if you were to go to one, it would probably only take you about 15 minutes to then get to the other. They're both fairly central locations in the city. Obviously, the magistrate's court is very much the centerpiece of the city, in the marketplace. Through necessity, is not too far away from the center either.
Would there be anywhere safe to keep the cart while we went to see the magistrate? Because that's probably the thing that's the higher priority.
So you would probably be able to find somewhere for it at the inn that he was staying at, the Red Kirin. Most inns have some sort of stable with them for their guests' mounts and vehicles.
I think it would be best going and giving it to the honorable merchant as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we leave it around, something may happen to it and he may blame us for it.
I agree.
Okay. Hong Tao it is.
All right. So, Epicos, you carefully pull the wagon through the crowded streets. You have a bit more luck, obviously being much more responsive than the other merchants who have to try and persuade their horses to go as and when it's sensible. But you manage to avoid running anybody over as you make your way through the busy market streets. And you can see, yeah, the festivities very much are still ongoing. There are musicians performing various kind of circus-like acts. You see a few gymnasts performing some very very extreme displays of flexibility. And then you've got your kind of charlatan magicians, the usual street vendors looking to make some money off of these kind of events with kind of basic displays of simple cantrips, really, but quite visually pleasing. Always very popular with the kids. But you make your way and get eventually to the Red Kirin, and you manage to park the wagon up with very little fuss. And then make your way inside the obviously kind of main room. The barkeep kind of looks up at you and recognises you. Obviously, you've not been gone too long. Let me guess, here to see Hang Tao again.
Yes.
All right, give me a moment. He makes his way back up the stairs to his guest's accommodation, and then after a few minutes, he's back with Hang Tao following close behind. Ah, you're back, I see.
Hello again, sir. We are here with your shipment. As we promised, Epicos is a man of his word.
Yes, very good. Let's see it, shall we?
I'll lead him outside to the wagon.
I'm gonna hang back out of the way of this one. Didn't make a good impression. We're not about to start that.
Actually,
Okay,
I'm good.
so,
I'm with Yinfu here. I'm just gonna stick with Yinfu.
All right, so Epicos, he leads him out to the cart where he kind of casts an eye over the cargo. Obviously, everything is very much in order. None of it is missing or anything, and the timber is of a quality he clearly would have expected from this mill. Good, good. Yes, that will do nicely. Now, I believe we had ourselves a deal, and I also am a man of my word. He reaches into his cloak and he pulls out a coin purse, and he starts to kind of count a few gold coins out. Of course, you kind of stand there and kind of watch. Run me a perception.
Okie dokie. No.
Hey, maybe we should have stayed with him.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
Yeah, so of course you don't want to be rude and don't seem to peer into his purse as he's doing it, but he hands you a an amount that you quickly add up and total to about 40 gold pieces.
Thank you for your generosity, sir.
It's not bad going for a couple of days' labour.
I'm gonna hold on to that 40 gold.
Ouch.
I didn't see you pulling the wagon.
Oh, this is true. Oh, I ran with you. A bit.
We were there.
Okay, so of course you stash the 40 gold and make your way back into the tavern where Yinfu and Li Mei are sat with a very quiet and contemplative wide eye.
Yeah, totally lost track of time. Sorry, guys.
Hello.
Hey!
All right, you haven't missed too much. Just return to Tongguan and hands over the shipment of timber for the money that's been promised. And yes, suddenly Elias makes his way into the tavern as well. You can see him zipping up his fly.
Excuse me.
Okay, so I take it next stop is the Magistrate's Court.
Indeed.
Yes.
Cool. So again, you make your way through the markets and towards the Magistrate's Court. It takes you about 20 minutes, again, just due to how busy the streets are. But as you approach the gate, a couple of guards stop you. Business?
We're
We finished
returning
up.
from our fuwu.
Yeah,
Ah.
what she said.
Right, okay. Go in and speak to one of the clerks. He opens a small pedestrian gate in the larger gates to allow you to pass through. Of course, you do have to kind of duck through this one.
Yep.
Cool.
So you make your way back to the room where you first had to wait, kind of clearly the administrative side for the custom-facing part of this building. You give the clerk your names, and he instructs you to wait. The magistrate will see you when he has a moment. Unfortunately for you, that takes a while, and you're left waiting for a little bit.
Glad we offloaded that wagon first.
Yeah.
So,
Don't have to worry about it then.
So you notice a kind of bit of flurry of activity coming from outside while you're waiting. You kind of hear a commotion.
Can we spot it from in here?
No, there are no windows in this building. Strangely enough, actually. Whether that's by design or not, or just an architectural mistake, you're not too sure.
Can we get any sense of what's going on by listening?
Well, it sounds like a fairly large group of people are outside, kind of within the compound from the direction it's coming from. So they've clearly been let in. But yeah, you can kind of hear voices, a few of them raised, a few hoofbeats as well.
If we go to check things out, will we have to get past the I want to say receptionist, that's the wrong word.
No, you can kind of head back out the way you came, back into the main courtyard.
Yeah, I want to have a nosy.
Cool. So you head back outside, and sure enough, you're greeted by the sight of Fu Xin and his cavalry detachment. Obviously, by now they've discharged their wards, who are now prisoners. You imagine somewhere deep in Tongguan's dungeons. But he's kind of just doing a bit of a victory lap almost. You can kind of see a lot of the minor clerks around him. Obviously, they know which side the bread's buttered on around here, so they're very quick to congratulate him on another successful mission. That kind of the usual portly toadying that goes on in places like this.
Mm-hmm.
And sincere or not, he's lapping it up anyway.
Yeah, if that's all that's going on, I probably will head back in and just, yeah, go and sit back down. Sort of let people know what's happening.
Okay, so you're left waiting for what you estimate to be another hour or so before finally the clerk returns. Magistrate Fu will see you now. Please follow me.
Get up and follow behind.
Yeah, same.
So he leads you to the same audience chamber you were taken to the first time you were here. This time, the magistrate is actually stood over a desk of his. Still quite a grand desk, clearly a display of his authority as representative of the emperor in these parts. He's got a few things spread out there, but he turns as you guys enter. Now, I must say I'm impressed. Not all of my usual fuwu crop come back A, so swiftly, and B, so successfully, so well done on that. Now, I believe my son has already given you a bit of a bonus for this mission.
That is correct.
Very
You always
kind.
had a flair for the dramatic. But consider yourselves lucky, usually there is no such reward, but if you are interested, I have potentially further, more rewarding work for you.
I do like the sound of that.
I have had a quick flick through some of these papers that Fushin handed to me, and they reveal something very interesting is going on here. Interesting in the wrong kind of way. Now, I need a group of people who can operate, shall we say, outside of my official jurisdiction. I need people who aren't going to draw attention and don't stand out as agents of the state. Now, I can make it worth your time if that's something you'd be interested in.
I mean, if we get paid well, then yeah.
Don't worry, gold will not be an issue. Good masters require good servants, and good servants always get good pay.
I
That's
have no
must be.
better offer.
Mm-mm.
Very well. Now, I have a certain individual here in my care who I would like to have a particular long and in-depth conversation with. I believe you've met him, a halfling by the name of Liao Dong. Now, I will have a very interesting conversation with him, but I expect it to probably take a day or two. As such, feel free to enjoy the festivities. Let me know where you're staying, and I will send word when I'm ready for you.
I do not wish to doubt your decision making, sir, but if I could speak on some behalf of Lao Dong, from my understanding, he was coerced into this heinous crime and did not go willingly. I only hope that that is taken into consideration for his punishment.
Conversation. Sorry.
Well, we will see about that. Willing or no, he's done tremendous harm, it seems. But
I am
will get
sure you know
to
best,
that.
sir. I just wanted to speak on his behalf.
Noted. But yes, I imagine it will be a couple of days, so feel free to kick back, enjoy your new earnings as best you can, and then I'll summon you back once I have a better idea of how I'm to employ you.
Sounds good to me.
Okay.
Mhm.
He kind of waves a hand at you in a dismissive manner, and goes back to whatever it is he was reading when you first walked in. So as you guys are kind of led back to kind of a main courtyard, yeah, you realise that this is probably, if you are looking to build some sort of influence and power in the realm, getting the foot in the door with a magistrate is a pretty tried and tested way of doing it. There is also the fact that, this essentially is going to be like, this guy has the control of the purse strings, shall we say, for this this fragment of the empire. So he probably pays above the average, especially for this kind of work. So it's a good deal, but obviously that is a decision for you lot to make.
I am a free man, but I am still learning what that means and what I am to do. I have never been in a position before where I have not had someone telling me what to do. But I like this. I like the sound of his offer. It would give direction, if nothing else. At least while I am still deciding what to make of my life.
Well, yeah, you have choice. You can either choose to do this or not.
And that is the key difference.
Exactly. And seeing as you need money to, well, make choices in this world, then I say we go for it.
I don't really have much else going on right now. Well, I could use the money.
Cool.
Yes, it's an appealing offer. I wasn't joking when I said I had nothing better on. Plus, it's nice traveling with people again.
You've travelled before?
Not much, but a little bit.
Okay. You ever gone off land, or has it all been?
No, these legs are solidly land legs.
Oh, I'd love to take you on the sea then.
Oh God.
Yeah, Lee May's gonna kind of like bash your back a little bit noticing a bit of how scared you are.
Yunfu's gonna give you like a bit of a panicked smile.
Just wondering whether she's been assaulted or not, but you see that Lee May seems to be fairly genuine about the
I feel like
offer.
if Lee May is assaulting you, you know she's assaulting you.
This is true. I did choke a guy out.
It's
Getting
almost
probably
kill a
more than
local
one.
crate as well, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So the decision is made, yet you will still have to wait for your next set of orders. Obviously, it sounds like the magistrate has a clear plan of what he is going to be doing with Liaodong to get some further info. So you just need to sit tight, but you are sitting tight in a particularly sizable city with quite a lot on, so you definitely won't be bored. Yet how you decide to spend your time is entirely up to you.
Did we get paid again by Magister Fu, did you say? Or were we paid just by his son?
Just by his son.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we got a lot more than what we were originally going to get because of
I see.
Yeah. Which is good.
We got the like allowance type thing right up front, didn't we?
You did.
Yeah.
That's right, yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, you guys are definitely better off than before you started your fuwu. So obviously the city has quite a lot to offer in terms of markets, facilities, and other services.
And did you say there was a festival on?
There
Or-
is, yeah. So
Yeah.
that's obviously kind of drawn in people and businesses from further afield.
What is it celebrating?
The the Lunar New Year's, I should say.
Oh, cool. Oh, it'll be really big then. Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's one of the main public holidays in the realm's calendar, so hence why it's all very much a big deal here.
Oh, nice.
Year of the Kobolds, if anyone can remember that. But you'll all have experienced something similar in the past. so you kind of know what it's about, really.
So, shall we enjoy ourselves, as the magistrate clearly stated we should?
I can see what the festival has on offer.
I would be happy to show you all the fighting pits from the stands this time.
Ooh, I've never been to one, so yeah.
I have never been in the stands either.
That
It will
makes
be
me
a
a little
new
sad.
experience.
Yeah, that makes me a little bit sad for you. I'm gonna be honest. Come on, let's go. Let's go do that.
Okay, cool. So you guys follow Epicos. He leads you towards the fighting pits. Now, obviously, as a reasonably large city, Tongguan has a dedicated stadium for this. And you guys can obviously hear that, there are fights ongoing as you approach. You can kind of hear the sound of a crowd inside. Epicos, you kind of take a glance at the promotional board outside the entrance, and you think you might recognise a couple of the names on the board, but none of them particularly A-list fighters as such. So this may be perhaps not the best fight you've seen, but it should be entertaining at least, especially if this lot haven't really been before.
It'll be nice being able to see it from above instead of like either from the like cells below or from the sort of waiting ramp.
Yeah, so you make your way up there, and it's a admission fee of 5 silver a head.
And is there any clear refreshment bar? Obviously.
It's a fighting pit, so there is definitely quite a lot of ale available for sale.
Amazing. I get everyone a nail.
Entry is on me, everyone. My treat.
I'm getting you 2 ales then.
Are you sure?
It would be an honor for me to show you where I am from, where I became the man that I am now, and showcase some of the amazing fights that happened there. You will never have seen anything like it.
Thank you.
Okay.
So how many is that? 5 silver apiece for 5 people.
Yep,
That's
5
what,
of you.
2.5 gold? Yeah.
And
Okay,
I get
what now?
everyone an ale. And I get Epicos 2 ales.
So, Lee May, you get to where the ale is being dispensed, and you can see that it comes in flagons, as is traditional. You can also see they are selling it by the keg, and these are quite sizable kegs.
Oh my god. Yes. I will get a keg.
Do we see Lee May's eyes light up like it's the Lunar New Year, in fact?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Lee May, you look at these kegs. I suppose, keg might be inaccurate. Barrel is probably the better term. The barkeep kind of follows your gaze. Feeling thirsty, are you?
Always. I've also got a centaur to, feed? Is that the right word? No.
A centaur
Quench?
provision.
Provision? Yeah. So if you are selling them by the barrels, I would love to take one.
He raises an eyebrow, but shrugs his shoulders, not one to turn away a willing customer. Be my guest. It'll be 20 gold pieces for the barrel.
Oh no. All right. Ah, ouch. If I get no, let's not do that. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna save my money. I'm gonna be good. I will just get six. Wait, 6 of us?
Well, if you were getting Epicos too, that would
Yeah,
work
that's
out
what I'm
a bit.
thinking. Yeah. I'll get 6 ales. I'll hold off on the barrel for now.
He, you kind of see him like deflate a little bit. Obviously, it would have been a good sale. But you start to think of the practicalities of trying to lug around a barrel of ale as well. It probably wouldn't have been the smartest idea.
Nope.
So that is going to set you back. I've got that list somewhere. Bear with me.
Sorry.
I'm trying to be good and actually stick to the monetary system because we had a massive case of inflation in the last campaign.
Mhm.
Oh, really?
Okay, so that is going to cost you 24 copper pieces.
Cool. Okay, so that's oh god, 2 silver, 4 copper. So okay.
He would obviously have change if you were to give him the gold.
I have got 4 silver pieces. So is it 10 copper
Yeah,
to
10 copper to a silver, so it's at you 3 and he'd give you 6 copper back.
Yeah, I'll do that. Give him 3.
Alright, he dutifully pours you your flagons of ale and you kind of make your way back to the stands and distribute them. So as you guys kind of get settled, you can see the arenas just being, kind of reset after the last bout. A few bookies are walking around, and you can see a few of the spectators are clearly placing bets.
Epicos,
Oh.
do you know anything about the fighters?
Do I recognise either of the fighters' names?
Let me think what kind of check that would be.
History?
Possibly actually. No, let's do investigation.
Okay. They are one and the same.
Well, yeah, true.
That's not bad for a -2.
So yeah, you recognise a name out there. You kind of read the name of Teng Huan. He's a particularly vicious half orc, and he has had a few victories in recent days. It's reflected in the odds, of course. You would it would be even money on that. You'd only get back what you put in, but it's not a bad. Not a bad likelihood of him coming out on top, you reckon, Epicos?
I have seen Teng Huan a few times. He is a vicious fighter, not the kind of man you want to come across in the dark. I do not know this other fighter, but he would have to be very, very good to defeat Teng Huan. My money is going on him. And I'm gonna bet a gold on him.
Okay. Quickly get my own little book out. Record of that.
What does the sorry,
Sorry,
as I
carry on.
said, what does the other guy look like? Because you said Tenquan's a half orc.
He is. So the next guy there, he's quite tall, but also quite slender. But you can see that his frame is wiry with muscle. From the kind of a slight point of his ears, you suspect he might be a half elf.
Okay. Okay. I think I might go against Epicos and put a gold on the half elf.
Okay, so that is a gold for Lee May going on the half elf. Anybody else placing any bets?
Yeah, go on. How much did everyone else put on?
A gold piece.
I'll put down 2 gold.
On
Half elf, did you say?
that's the other one, yep.
Yeah, go on.
So 2 gold on the half elf.
I see you both like the high risk, high reward option.
You shall see.
It's a bit of fun.
For us.
All right, so any more for any more before we wrap this up?
Not for me. I'm just going to observe. This is way out of my wheelhouse.
Why die any desires for risky
No.
gold?
No, he's again. He'll just observe. He's here to watch fight.
Okay, cool. So, the bookies move on to the next group of people, and you guys kind of settle in to await the fight. Kind of both of the contestants are starting to kind of gesture and rile up the crowd a little bit to drum up some support. You can see that the kind of pit master is beckoning them to kind of take their positions, and there's a kind of a decidedly loaded atmosphere in the stadium as the crowd starts to watch what's about to unfold. Now, in the interests of making this completely randomized, I'm going to do it a series of rolls, essentially 5 rolls on a d20. Now, Epicos, obviously that was a very good investigation roll, so you think you're pretty accurate with those assessments. So on a roll of 6 or higher, that's going to be a point towards the the orc, and on a roll of 5 or less, that'll be towards the half elf. So should we roll some dice?
I don't like those odds.
Oh.
While the combat's going on, Epicos is like shouting from the stands, like in support of Cheng Huan.
Okay, so the round starts, and well, you realise that Tang Quan is surprisingly agile for an orc of his size. He moves pretty quickly, and although the half elf is also pretty adept at moving himself, he finds himself kind of pushed back away from the centre of a ring. He parries a few of the early blows, but it's clear that the initiative lies with the orc. However, Tang Huan overextends. You watch as he kind of lunges, his sword narrowly avoiding the half elf's right cheek. And as he sidesteps, you watch the elf kind of bring up a dagger and slash the half orc's forearm, although it doesn't appear to be a particularly deep wound.
Jesus. Oh no.
These rolls are so tight. Fucking hell.
I know.
Pushing through the pain, you see Tang Huan kind of take a sidestep of his own, and he brings that elbow down into the half elf's chest, kind of forcing him back. You watch him splutter and cough a little bit from the force of the impact.
Oh Jesus.
He follows it up again, moving with speed that really belays the kind of a natural ferocity of the orc race here. You can see Epicos, you recognise the look of a fighter who is very much in the zone, and he gives a half elf no time to gain his breath or his footing back. Following up, kind of brings his sword down in a kind of sweeping action, and it manages to kind of catch the elf just on his right thigh.
Of course, is shouting from the stand, like standing and shouting at this point. Come on, Tenghuan, grind him into the sands.
Jesus.
No, that's a D12. Ignore that. Okay, there we go.
Rigged.
In fact, I'm going to have to start that again, aren't I? There we go.
Oh.
Spicy.
Now, the half elf is clearly quite a cunning chap, because as the blade bites into his leg, he faints, falling to one knee. And as the orc strides in to deliver what he thinks is going to be the coup de grace, he uses his kneeling position to springboard himself up and past the orc, kind of passing underneath his raised arm, his blade slicing across the orc's belly. You can see that his armor absorbs a lot of the force of the blow, but there's still a kind of a deep crimson gash as the orc kind of staggers a little bit there.
Oh, that is going to sting in the morning.
Lee May just goes, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh!
Oh my god!
Taking full advantage. Now I don't know whether that's because that's a crit. That should count for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I reckon
Oh.
so.
So kind of using this surprise to his advantage, the elf kind of pirouettes incredibly quickly and just brings the dagger back down, kind of stabbing into the orc's kind of right shoulder blade. Thankfully for the orc, he's wearing some chainmail, so it doesn't go deep enough to be fatal. But you can see that that's a nasty, nasty wound. Epicos, you kind of look on in surprise, actually, as Tenghuan staggers a little bit. He kicks out at the elf, buying him a bit of distance as he turns around, and kind of once more they lock themselves into a kind of a fighting stance here. From the looks of it, it seems that the half-elf has the upper hand. And on a meta point, he has 4 points to the orc's 3, so this is very close.
Ooh.
Oh my god.
However, in light of his success, the elf starts to get a bit overconfident himself. He kind of moves in for a quick darting jab. But he watches as Tenghuan grabs his wrist and kind of pulls it to one side, kind of smacking him with the guard of his own sword. You kind of hear a sickening crunch as the kind of brass of the guard kind of impacts with the half elf's nose. 4 all. Next roll has it.
Oh.
These are so close.
So the half elf is clearly stunned by this blow and kind of staggers backwards. Tenghuan releases his hands and kind of grabbing his blade with both hands, kind of delivers a large overhead slash. And it kind of hits the half elf like just square in the temple and just like cleaves his head in two.
Yes!
Oh my god.
That is what I am talking about, Tenghuan.
He kind of lets out a roar and raises both hands in kind of celebration. The audience, of course, has gone wild. This fight has been incredible to watch. Epicos, you had your doubts at first because it seemed like a fairly backwater listing, but no, this has been a bout of many surprises. You do notice, however, that the orc is not in a good way. This is going to take a while to recover from. He's obviously feeling a rush of adrenaline at this point, but it's going to hit him quite hard once that that heady cocktail of adrenaline and the crowd's cheers wear off. So the rest of you, I'm afraid, are going to lose some money, but Epicos, you've won yourself a gold piece.
Oh, God's sake.
You should have listened to the gladiator about which gladiator to bet on.
This is true, but I just wanted a bit of spice, you know? A bit of spice.
I wanted a bit of gold, and I got it.
All right. That's true. No, I enjoyed that fight though. That was close. That was close though. I'm happy with that fight. I'm kind of okay with losing that. That's fine. That was a good fight.
There is no feeling quite like being on the blood sands. Your life in your hands and the crowd cheering you on.
I mean, I would have liked to have seen you be there, but also don't at the same time. I'm glad you're here with us.
I am sure there will be plenty of opportunities for you to see me crush someone's skull into the dirt.
Yeah, love to see it.
Okay, cool. So the body of a half elf is dragged unceremoniously into clearly the kind of a backstage area, and a couple of stage hands perhaps come and start sweeping the sand a little bit, trying to disperse a little bit of the blood so it's less obviously pooled in one place. You see one of them kind of scooping something that looks like brain matter into a bucket.
Nice.
Lovely.
Now there are a couple more fights on. However, obviously the day now is starting to get a little bit late, so markets will be closing before too long.
I actually had some stuff to sell. I know that there was some interest in going to see what the festival had to offer. Would it be possible to combine those two things?
Yeah, a lot of the kind of festivals events would have been happening in and around the central areas, which the market's not too far from.
Yeah, I'm up for seeing more of the festival.
Okay, cool. So if that's the consensus, if you decide that it's probably a good idea to start looking for somebody to buy whatever it is you're trying to sell before the sun goes down.
Yeah.
So you make your way to the market, where there are a very, very large selection of stalls selling, kind of everything you could probably imagine in the market. Various knickknacks, trinkets, others with useful things. Obviously, there's plenty of food out and about. So what is it you're trying to sell?
A rapier and some leather armor.
Okay, so you'd be able to find a merchant dealing with those kind of supplies relatively easily. Now, obviously, these are not particularly rare items, so and obviously being used as well.
Yeah.
He makes you an offer if he gives you his initial offer is 17 gold for your rapier.
Could you manage 25?
Could you manage a skill check for me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So persuasion, please.
Oh, holy shit! Is that? Oh, it's not 20.
Oh shit! It is. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh my
he very much can manage 25 gold pieces.
Nice.
And he'll even give you the full 10 for the leather armor as well.
Excellent.
Oh my god.
So give yourself 35 gold and just get those out of your inventory.
There we go. A little bit lighter.
Actually, can I sell?
Assuming means you've changed into your costume clothes. seeing as you don't actually own another pair.
Yeah, I maybe need to have a look at some just like unobtrusive clothing.
I don't believe I use my shield, and I won't. So am I able to sell my shield? For some reason I have a shield.
So, Lime, your shield is not new and has, quite frankly, seen better days. In fact, if memory serves, you're fairly certain that this is like, scraps of timber you've salvaged from various shipyards that you may have made unauthorized visits to. So,
Yeah.
on that basis, he's willing to give you 6 gold for your shield.
You know what? I'll take it because it's probably a piece of crap. So yeah,
All right, so we'll give yourself 6 gold and get rid of that.
thank you.
Right, okay, and then let's go back to your query about clothing. You can find a couple of different options, all of course with varying price tags. So there are quite a lot of tailors with stalls here in the market. However, clearly they have different clientele in mind. The lowest end of the budget, you can see they're clearly selling towards the common folk. They're sturdy clothing, they're tough and made for hard work, but they're not particularly fashionable or pretty to look at. However, they will only set you back 5 silver pieces. At the kind of middle of a range, you have a merchant who seems to be selling to those likely to live life on the road, kind of a traveling merchant, the adventurer, that kind of thing. Yeah, nothing armored. They are everyday clothing, but a little better constructed. The material seems to be sturdier still than the commoners and much more appealing to look at. These bad boys will set you back 2 gold pieces. And then finally, at the upper end of the scale, you have the tailors who are clearly catering towards the nobility, or at least the minor nobility. Obviously, there are restrictions on what tailors are allowed to sell to the commoners. Otherwise, the rate of impersonation of officials would be particularly high. But you can get a fine set of clothing, some of it clearly silk, and a full set for that would cost you 15 gold pieces.
I think I'm probably going to look for something middle of the road, something that's reasonably sturdy but that will allow like good range of movement and things like that. Something that doesn't look like I'm about to go out to work in the fields, but maybe like like I'm not interested in anything that looks super fine. It needs to withstand travel.
Okay, so you take a look through the stall of a tailor's who's doing the traveller's clothing. Obviously, being a large market, they've brought their kind of finest selection and quite an extensive choice. So you managed to find a few things that would suit your form. Obviously, the hooves make trousers a little bit restrictive. But you managed to find an outfit there that's going to work for you, and that'll set you back 2 gold.
Super.
Okay. Anybody else looking to do any buying or selling while we're at the market?
Can I have a look for an alchemist, a potion shop?
Sure. So you don't have to go too far before you find a it seems to be a travelling apothecary, and he has a whole range of potions available. Some of them obviously more expensive than others. So what kind of price range would you be looking at for these?
Oh well, it depends on what it is.
Okay, well, unfortunately, most of these potions are going to be pretty expensive.
Okay. Well, a healing potion, let's say.
So a potion of healing is going to be 50 gold pieces.
What?
Yes, they are expensive. The skills of an alchemist are highly sought after in such a populated nation.
Holy shit.
Man, I was hoping for the fact that we didn't have a healer that we might be able to stock up on healing potions.
I believe I have some healing abilities.
Well, sorry, I meant like a
Not like a
cleric.
dedicated cleric or
Yeah,
something,
yeah,
but
yeah.
I'm.
I was hoping that potions could, fill a void, but maybe not. Okay. What other types of potions has he got on the cheaper end of the scale?
I'm afraid not many. Again, I'm trying to stick to the listed prices here, so there's
Yeah.
practically nothing in the sub 50 gold range.
Awesome.
That's crazy.
Okay. Well, let's see if I can talk him down from 50 gold. See how cheap he's willing to go
Okay, and how are you going to approach doing this?
with hypnotic gaze.
Okay.
Talk him down immediately. Hypnotic case. Oh boy.
Oh my god. No.
Okay, so what's that? A wisdom saving throw when it's at home.
Yeah, DC 14.
Alright, let's roll some dice.
Can you click it in the thing? I guess?
Well, there's no character as such.
Well, yeah, I guess.
I'll just roll the dice and we'll go from there. Actually, you've done well. That's below the DC, so
Okay.
Gaze works.
So while I'm staring him in the eyes, he's basically like sort of he's charmed, sort of dazed a bit. So I guess it's basically under the effects of charmed.
Yes.
So I have
Okay,
advantage
so,
on any ability check to interact socially.
So I'm imagining now you would like to try and persuade him to lower his prices.
Yes, I would like to do that.
Okay, so I'm going to need you to roll me a persuasion, please, at advantage.
Let's do that. Fuck Christ.
Oof.
2 falls. Are you fucking serious?
So you attempt to get him to lower his prices, but as a merchant, being generous with his money is such a alien concept. It goes against his core nature, and you're unable to get him to lower it significantly. However, he will drop the price to 40 gold.
And what is it? It's 1d4 plus.
So a normal health potion is, I believe, 2d4 plus 4.
Is it 2d4 plus 4? I thought it was 1.
Double check that. 2d4 plus 2 for the normal
2d4
one.
plus 2. No, I'm not going over with it. It's too much. I'll break eye contact and just walk away before anyone asks questions. So it's also, I should point out, it's not the charm spell, so it doesn't have the effect where they know they've been charmed.
No, that's fine.
Which would happen with a charm spell, but.
So you turn away, unsuccessful on this occasion.
Yeah, well.
The rest of you kind of look perplexed as Elias kind of turns away. Obviously, his haggling was decent, but clearly not enough for his own tastes or requirements in this instance. Although Yenfu, you can't help but wonder, he had a very gruff manner of asking for his reduction, so you're surprised the merchant even gave him a 10 gold in the first place. But perhaps he has some sort of strange animal magnetism that you're not aware of.
I'll make a mental note to ask about it in the future.
Right, yeah. No, I don't know if there's anywhere else I need to shop. What are the types of shops are around?
So largely shops that kind of cater to domestic purposes, things that everyday citizens of a growing town would need. However, there are more specialist merchants, like there's a section clearly devoted to the buying and selling of livestock, and there are a couple of other more specialist, almost services as much as they are goods. So you can see there are places where a few artists are doing kind of quick commission sketches and paintings of locals. A few scribes are writing various things for presumably the illiterate. You imagine there's probably quite a few things you could find here that you might not be able to get in a village, hence why it's drawn such a crowd.
Mm. No. Can't think of anything on what I'd like to purchase.
Neither. I'm thinking a horse, but then I thought, no, because I feel like
I think that would insult Epicos.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, yeah.
Unless you're planning on cooking it.
He seemed to like pulling the wagon for his training. So I at the same time I'm like, oh.
Actually, yeah. I'll have a look for just like a street food vendor. And have a look for some tasty treats.
Cool.
Okay, sure. So it doesn't take you long before you find a whole array of street food vendors, and you've got a lot of choice here. You've got your kind of more traditional dishes. I think kind of noodles and fried meats, a few different types of dumpling. But then you can also smell a few more exotic stands, and kind of casting your eye, you can see a few cuisines that might be perhaps inspired by the lands perhaps immediately adjacent to the kind of a Great Frontier Wall, perhaps brought back from merchants who have ventured beyond.
What do these exotic meats look like?
Well, the meats are all very well disguised in the curries and sauces that they are cooked in.
Okay. Can I buy like a couple of takeaway pots?
Yep, sure. So you're given a series of kind of very cheap earthenware bowls, which are clearly just included in the price. So to feed all of you on that, with 5 of you, that's going to cost you a gold piece.
Okay. It's pretty fair. I'll pay that.
Sure. So you cough that off. A little bit pricey, perhaps, for food, but the spices are particularly exotic, and obviously you're paying for takeaway in a festival, so you're going to get a little bit of an overcharge on that basis. But it is very, very tasty. You still can't work out what meat it is, though.
Nah, who cares? That's what the reason curry was invented.
The less we know, the better.
All right, I'll make my way back to the party and share out.
Okay, Yin-Fu, roll me a constitution, please.
I was waiting for that.
Oh, tits. Da, 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 da. Is it saving throw?
It is.
Nice.
Okay, you kind of eat the curry, and the meat is a little bit chewy, and you can't help suspect it may have been goat.
Oh no!
Oh!
No.
Mm.
But you can't be quite certain due to the exotic blend of spices and that's starting to kind of work its magic on your palate.
Oh,
A cousin,
you,
perhaps?
you can't stop a little shiver just going down your spine as you finish the rest of it.
The sort of dawning moment of, oh no.
No, at least it's not horse meat, Epicos.
How do you know what goat tastes like anyway?
I'm not answering that question.
Like, I don't know what chimpanzee tastes like.
Very stringy, slightly gamey.
Like horse?
human, like cooked human, supposed to be like smells like bacon or something.
Well, they
Like
call
pig,
it
yeah.
long pig for a reason, you know.
Yeah. So. Oh. Oh no.
You know,
And
like,
for all our potential YouTube viewers, that was a joke.
Or was it?
Nothing to see
God.
here, Mr. FBI man.
I would like to make sure the word allegedly is used in front of any court proceedings. But yeah, you guys eat obviously, and thank Elias for his generosity. So by now the night is kind of fallen, and a few people have clearly started setting off a few fireworks. The night sky is illuminated by the kind of colourful bursts and the kind of pattering sound effects as these kind of are sent whizzing into the air. So perhaps time to think about lodgings for the night.
yes. Were we supposed to tell the magistrate where we were staying as well? Nah, we can worry about that later.
Yeah, because he said a couple of days, so he may not even be wondering where we are tomorrow. It's unlikely.
Well, if we find somewhere worth staying for a couple of days, we can. I mean, to be. No, never mind.
Yeah, I was expecting him to expect us to go back after a couple of days.
Okay. Fair. Well,
We'll find a nice tavern or an inn somewhere in the city then.
might be a bit packed, but I'm sure we can find somewhere.
Yeah.
Sure. So again, it's a large place, so you've got a lot of choice in where exactly you want to stay. So to summarize it, if you're looking for somewhere at the very, very bottom of the pile, you're going to be looking at about 7 copper pieces per head. But these will probably be very poor accommodation with presumably several other people sharing a large communal space. Step up from that will get you the basics, like an individual room or perhaps a room for all of you. Maybe even a bit of breakfast, but that'll be a silver. Climbing above that, you've got what you would perhaps call the average inn experience. That's going to be 5 silver pieces. And then kind of just getting progressively fancier, it would be 8 silver, 2 gold, and then 4 gold. 4 gold being a particularly aristocratic setting.
How much was the first one, did you say?
7 copper pieces.
It's more like a hostel kind of setup.
Kind of, but I imagine it makes a lot of hostels that we would think of today look like Hilton.
Oh.
What was the next step up from that?
Silver. It was still silver.
And there's a step above that, which is 1 silver piece.
What's
Oh,
silver
let's
piece?
go with. Let's do that.
Oh yeah, fine.
One silver piece sounds. Yeah.
That's literally only 3 more, and we're getting breakfast and probably be able to.
Well, we won't worry quite so much about getting stabbed in the night.
Exactly.
You guys don't have to follow him, but Epicos is going for the 4 gold a night room. This is his first night as a free man.
Oh.
It isn't a stable, because that's what he stayed in Nanping. So he is going all out. 8 gold for the 2 nights.
Oh, that's so cute.
Okay.
His first night not in a stable or a cell, and he is making the most of it. It's a good job I don't have an accountant.
Okay, so the rest of you kind of make your way back to Red Kirin, and for that price, you're able to get a kind of communal room, but just for the party. Again, the bedding is threadbare but passable. You'll be able to get a reasonably comfy night here. Meanwhile, Epicos, you make your way towards a very, very fancy-looking tavern. In fact, tavern is probably the wrong word for it, as there isn't really that kind of atmosphere as you walk in. No, this feels more like a private members club. And as you walk in, you are met by a butler, it seems. Good evening, sir. Are you here to stay?
I am, yes, I am. I am a recently free man from the bonds of slavery. I have money to my name, and I am looking for a very nice room. It's my first night of freedom.
He nods his head. Very good, sir. Congratulations. He claps his hands, and a pair of what appear to be valets appear. Almost from thin air. You can see they're dressed all very smartly in the hotel's uniform. Have you any luggage to attend to?
Only what I am carrying with me.
He gestures for the valets to kind of take your weapons and your armor from you. We'll have it brought to your room, sir. Now, if I could just take a name for our guest book.
It is Epicos. Maybe you have seen me fighting in the arena before.
I cannot say that it's a vice of mine, I'm afraid, but I'm certain that you'll go far. Now, Mr. Epicos, sir, I believe we have a small matter of remuneration for your stay. Can I ask how many nights you intend to be with us?
2 nights to begin with, please.
Very good, sir. That'll be 8 gold pieces.
I've marked that off.
So you hand over the 8 gold. He gives you kind of an ear-to-ear grin. Thank you very much, Mr. Epicos. Now, please, my man here will show you to your lodgings. Can
Thank you,
I
sir.
take your preferences for supper?
Epicos looks fairly stunned. What are the options?
Well, let me see. The chef has a particularly fine roast salmon, I believe, today. However, I think he may have has a new shipment of ingredients in. His vegetable stew is very highly sought after, although, and this is my own personal recommendation, I'd save room for his puddings. He's got a souffle which is beyond compare.
Would that be extra, or is that included in the cost of the room?
Oh, that's all inclusive, sir.
Oh, in that case, the salmon sounds good, please.
Very good. And will you be dining in the main ballroom with us, or do you intend to eat in your lodgings?
No, I will soak up the atmosphere. I will join you all in the ballroom.
Very good, sir. Well, dinner is usually served in about an hour's time, so please make yourself at home and settle in.
Thank you very much.
So, Epicos, you make your way to what can only be described as a suite. You can see that one of the valets has kind of laid out a kind of a pan of steaming hot water ready for your arrival. There appears to be a kind of large 4-poster bed, large enough even for your, should we say, beyond average frame. It'll be a strange experience, but you're quite keen to give it a go.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Red Kirin, you guys are shown to your room. There is a distinct draft coming from around the windows, and the threading on the linen is probably a generous term, but basically you can see that this probably hasn't been changed since the last set of guests came and went. It's a somewhat somber mood. Obviously, this isn't going to be a comfortable night for you.
Probably better than just slumming it under a bridge somewhere, though. So
Yeah.
Yes, you are relieved to find that the door does at least have a lock. Actually, it has 3, which
I don't know whether that makes me feel better, but I will. Are we all staying together in the same room?
yeah, aside from Epicos, right?
yes, Epicos is obviously in his own
Yeah.
market.
Oh yeah, no, he is long gone. He's having a great time.
Yes, Epicos. By now, you've already tucked into your salmon, and sure enough, the souffle that follows is exquisite. Definitely better than the kind of gladiators fare you're used to. The atmosphere is upbeat, and you can see quite a few kind of well-to-do citizens from both Tongguan and, by the looks of it, further afield, are staying here. There's a little bit of music. Clearly, a live band has been provided, and there's some kind of ballroom dancing. Would you like to have a go at that?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
So you make your way to the dance floor where clearly the start of another dance is just beginning, and you can see the gentlemen and the ladies are forming 2 lines facing one another. You gotta take your position towards the end, opposite an average height woman, but obviously compared to you, she is very, very small. The band strikes up with a quite a slow-paced tune to start, but not melancholy in any sort. Epicos, let's roll some dice, shall we? In fact, let me see what's going to be best for this. I'm honestly
Performance?
thinking sleight of hand. Actually, yeah, performance. Yeah, performance would work. That's definitely for dancing. Go on then, roll me performance.
13.
13. So, Epicos, you're not familiar with dancing.
No.
You are familiar with combat footwork, and you're learning quite quickly. There is a surprising crossover between the two. It takes you a little while to kind of get used to the following the rhythm, but you pick it up surprisingly quickly. You manage to avoid making a complete fool of yourself, and obviously the experience is quite a novel one for a lot of the people around you. But the evening carries on in a similar kind of manner, and as everything winds down, there's a kind of a round of applause from the staff and the gathered guests as everybody goes their way, satisfied with the evening's proceedings.
Epicos gives like a big bow. He's used to applause at this point.
Okay, so the morning comes. Those of you in the Red Quirin, you were disturbed a few times by the sound of a rattling door against the frame, but the 3 locks held, and no further misfortune came your way. Epicos, you've had an incredibly good night's sleep. You feel very well rested. So as you meet up with the rest of the party, you can kind of see a few of them have bags under their eyes.
Good morning, friends. How did you sleep?
Seemingly not as well as you.
How was your night?
It was the best night's sleep I have ever had. The bed had posts, and there was supper, and there was dancing, and breakfast, and it was more than just gruel. It is I am quite liking being a free man.
You mean to say you didn't share your bed with a rodent?
Oh my god.
It's not a nice way to refer to your companions, but
Excuse me.
Wait, you didn't see the rat on the other side?
That was a rat in our room.
I think that's a goat.
Avocos is feeling quite glad that he's paid for another night at this place.
Makes me wanna. No, I can't spend money. No.
Okay, so obviously you've got the full day ahead of you. Does anybody have anything particularly pressing they would like to do, or are we going to just time skip this?
I'd like to go shopping for our covered wagon. We've lost our previous one. I've got a little bit more money, and if we're planning on sticking together, having one as a sort of traveling base will be useful.
Yeah. That's a good idea.
If you say that that's your plan, I'd be more than happy to chip in as well.
Same.
yeah, if we can find a reasonably priced one.
Yeah.
Okay, so you make your way down to again the post office where you got the other one fixed up previously, and start making a few inquiries about where to buy a wagon. Turns out there are a couple of merchants looking to offload their wagons for one reason or another, and a couple of them are, well, there are a few different types. You can kind of get a fairly basic wagon, a little smaller than your previous one. And that one will set you back 35 gold pieces. There is a kind of a one which is probably just a little bit larger than the one you've just pulled up across. That one is going to be 50 gold pieces. And then there's one which is kind of the same as the last, only it has a kind of a fixed cover over the back, kind of similar to those you'd see on like the Oregon Trail, perhaps. That one is going to cost 70 gold pieces.
I am leaning towards the last one. It is the most expensive, but it will keep you all dry and protected from the elements when we are on the road. I cannot afford this myself, however, but I am willing to put towards the lion's share.
I could easily put half towards that.
Oh,
Easily might be a stretch, but I would be willing to put half towards that if needed.
I would be willing to put probably 15. I did turn down getting a 20 gold barrel, so it's better be good.
I could easily put down 40. I could put down 50, but it would be a bit of a stretch. But 40 comfortably I can cover.
I'll put 15.
So that takes us to 55, and then I can probably fill out the rest.
If there is nothing else you are wishing to purchase while we are in the city.
I don't think so.
Then I
Also-
think we have ourselves a deal. I will walk up to the merchant and start making.
I can come up and help. I can
By all means.
try and help get a good deal on it.
Yeah,
I can try lend a hand as well.
we can wander over to the merchant as a group.
I don't feel like I should talk, but I'll stand with.
Okay, so who is going to attempt to negotiate on this one?
I can lead the charge.
Yeah,
Go for it.
If people are okay with that.
yeah.
Definitely not me. Go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna sort of give the cart a good look and sort of make a bit of a show of like not really being too sure. How much did you say again?
For this, I'm looking for 70 gold pieces. It's in good condition. I've recently had the wheels rehooped. He kind of gestures to a kind of an iron rim around each of the wheels.
I don't know. What's the lowest you can go? I'm gonna, sort of batter my eyelashes at him. Batter my eyelashes? Bat my eyelashes at him a bit.
He kind of looks a little bit confused while your gesture, but lowest I could possibly do is be 67, but that is the lowest I will do.
60's out of your price range then, huh?
He kind of looks at you a little bit like, yes, 60 is definitely outside of the offer I would take.
I raise you a 65.
He shakes his head. 67.
Oh, are you sure about that 65?
Yes.
Real life Pascal, very bad at haggling.
Okay.
Where are we
I'm
going
gonna-
from here?
I'm gonna step in, even though I said I wasn't gonna speak. What if we got you a drink, got you a meal, etc., to go and have a nice night off, or we could take one of your. Is he having a shift right now, Crispy?
Well, he's a merchant, so he's
Emergency. So he's saying, like, okay, never mind.
he's clearly got business of some sort, but you don't know what it would be.
Okay.
But he kind of looks at you a little confused. Well, if the meal and the night of entertainment would be worth 2 gold pieces or more, then yes, I would be willing to knock it down to 65.
Oh,
Ugh.
maybe the 67 is not wildly unreasonable. Although I can see some dings at the back here. Looks like there's some repairs that will maybe need to be made after a few journeys, which is less than ideal.
Yeah, even the wagon we had before was better. What was his name again, guys?
Yeah, maybe we should go back to Hong Tao.
Yeah, maybe him.
Get a better deal somewhere else.
Yeah.
Crispy, can I roll some dice, please?
If you can. Alright, make me a persuasion, please.
Could I help her?
Yes, go on, why not?
Cool.
What
Do I
form
just
does this take?
In fact, let's say, Lime, what is your persuasion +5? Okay, I'll let you do it at advantage then, because Lime is apparently quite persuasive.
Apparently.
Nice.
Despite evidence to the contrary.
I know.
He looks at you a little bit. You can see there's a bit of hesitation in his eye. Well, I'll do 65 if it means a quick sale.
Fabulous.
Yeah.
Very
awesome.
good. He kind of shakes your hand and kind of leaves you with the wagon.
Super.
Amazing.
I've marked off 40.
I've marked off.
Epicos, watching. Roll me an insight, please.
Ooh.
In fact, actually, Elias as well, because you would have been there too. Wide-eye, I think this is too far into the human interaction scale for your skills to be of much use here.
No. I'm looking at the cart trying to like work out the fittings on the front and seeing if they'd be comfortable, things like that.
Roll me an insight, please, Cal.
Oh, sorry.
Oh God, guys, your wisdom.
So you notice that the merchant leaves with a mischievous smile on his face.
Oh,
Shit.
bastard! Should have probably checked over the wagon before. Damn it. How far away? No, you know what? No. I'm gonna quell my anger. I'm not gonna do anything.
So it's 60. You've paid 40. Epicos. Cool.
I paid 15.
Well, we can share the price a little bit more than that. I'll put in.
No, this is the money I got from the job previously. It can go back towards a new wagon.
Are you sure? Because you could have a few more nights in luxury.
I was the
Instead.
one that picked the most expensive wagon, and it is for your benefit, but it's also more comfortable to pull than the others. So I am getting benefit as well. Don't you worry.
Is there anything left to pay?
There was 40, 55. No.
Okay.
In fact, Zed, add another 5 back. I'll pay 10 as well. No, yeah, I'll pay 10.
You sure?
Yep.
Right.
Will we check out this wagon?
Yes.
Yep. Which we probably should have done beforehand, but
Okay, so you all kind of start pouring over the wagon. And short of a few cosmetic issues, a few dents and scrapes in a place or two. There seems to be nothing wrong with it. It looks like, true to his word, these wheels have been hoops again quite recently. The suspension is sturdy enough. Basic, of course, but probably good enough for what you would expect a wagon to have to go through. Epicos, you're quite satisfied that the kind of fittings can be made to be comfortable for your frame as you're pulling it.
Well, let's give it a bit of a test ride. I will take it over to the accommodations I had last night. I am ensured that it will be safe there. Everyone, hop in, and we can all see how it feels.
Okay, so you guys kind of mount up, and it's quite nice being in the covered wagon. The interior is reasonably spacious, as it's obviously a bit larger than the last wagon, and there are significantly less timber taking up the space. So you're able to relax, and you imagine that this will be quite useful going forward with a kind of a roof over your head, even on the road. Epicos, you kind of wait for them to board, and then kind of take the reins and start to kind of head towards your accommodation. It's a bit heavier than the previous wagon, but still manageable for you, definitely.
How is everyone finding the ride? Is it comfortable?
yeah, we could get some blankets and stuff, and make it a bit more comfy if you guys want to do that. There must be someone at the festival doing that, and we could actually make it kind of homely. I know it's kind of silly, but could do.
Yeah, it's cushy.
I like that idea.
It's
It's
nice.
our home on the road.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you leave that in the kind of stable slash kind of courtyard of the hotel, and one of the valets kind of parks it somewhere, where it's not going to be in anybody's way. Now you've got the rest of the day ahead of you to enjoy the festivities, but unless anybody has anything particularly important they would like to do, I'm just going to kind of push that by for the sake of moving things along.
Because we didn't
Uh,
drop the wagon off with any horses, I like the idea of us unhitching and then like 5 valets having to like push it into place.
That is very much what happened, yes. But you pay for a good hotel, you get a good service.
Excellent.
Okay, cool. So you guys kind of just meander around the town for the rest of the day, kind of enjoying some of these street performances, kind of getting an eye full of the local and foreign, or should we say, perhaps maybe not foreign, but foreign from across different regions of the realm, kind of goods that are being provided here. You wonder about, just how many different businesses clearly have made quite a lot of money from these festivities. No doubt the magistrate's office will be getting a good chunk of it, that's for sure. But you have a very enjoyable time. There's lots of things to do. A few kind of street performers are making a good attempt at a rendition of one of the more famous plays in the realm. Yinfu, you recognise it as one you've actually performed in previously in a previous troupe of yours. And they've made a few twists. You can see that they've kind of added a comedic spin to a few of the roles, which is an interesting rendition on it, but adds a bit of it makes some of the more somber moments because it is quite a serious play in its original form, but it makes it more accessible to your kind of everyday audience rather than maybe your theatre-going regulars. But you guys have a pretty decent day, and then you part in the evening. Obviously, Epicos going back to his fancy lodgings, and you guys going back to the Red Kirin. So, Epicos, you wake up, and as you make your way down to the kind of the hotel reception, you're greeted by the sight of 2 city guards in quite a low volume but clearly quite intense discussion with 2 of the city guards and the maitre d' there. You watch as he looks up at you. Mr. Epicos, sir, can I have a moment of your time, please?
Of course you can. What can I help you with?
It's a little bit awkward, sir, but these 2 officers seem to have had a little bit of a misunderstanding.
What? Yes, officers. What is the issue?
We're here about the stolen cart.
What stolen cart?
The one that you were reported to have brought into this fine establishment yesterday. The original owner filed a complaint, but it was missing, and here we are.
I purchased that yesterday from a, I believed, respectable merchant.
Well, that's not what the paperwork suggests. That cart is still registered in his name.
I am unsure what to do about this, sirs, but I assure you that I believed I purchased it lawfully. I am a recently free man, and I have no intention of going back on that. Maybe we could meet with the owner and come to some form of an arrangement.
They kind of look at each other. They shrug their shoulders. Well, it's a civil matter. It'll be one for the magistrate. You can take your case up with him.
I am meant to be meeting with Magistrate Fu later on today. I will mention it to him when I am there.
They kind of nod. They obviously, as far as they're concerned, this isn't really their business. Clearly, something needs to be decided by somebody higher up the food chain in the justice system, but it seems that you're not a flight risk.
The food chain.
The food chain.
A food chain. Fuck's sake.
Oh God.
I'm so glad I wasn't the only one that heard that, Cal.
Yeah.
Magister Foo's name is the gift that keeps on giving.
I know. Fuck you, random name generator. Okay, so a little bit perplexed and somewhat enraged by this, Epicos, you kind of rendezvous with the rest of the party and relay what has just happened.
I have bad news, everyone. I had a discussion with a couple of members of the guards this morning. They met me at the hotel, and they believe that the wagon was in fact stolen. We did not buy it from its original owner. We did not receive any paperwork. I have not bought a wagon before. I did not know this was how it worked. They've told us it is a civil matter and that we should bring it up with the magistrates. So I think we should discuss it later on with Magistrate Fu. Hopefully he can help both sides come to a happy agreement. I would quite like if we were able to keep this wagon. It is a nice wagon. It will be good for us on the road. But I do not want the man that it was stolen from to lose everything. So hopefully, Magistrate Fu will be able to help us out. In the
Well,
meantime, I think it is best we leave it at the hotel. I'm guessing before I left, I discussed it with the hotel staff.
Yes, they have
Can I leave
agreed
it here?
they've agreed to keep it impounded until the matter is resolved one way or another.
I think we could actually go to the post office and basically say that yes, the guy was selling it. We need other witnesses, as they did kind of point us in the right direction of these merchants. So I think it's safe to say that we should go there first and then go to the magistrate to kind of bring our case, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It may not be worth very much, but it's worth a try.
Well, if Elias, oh wait, I was going to say, Cal, did you tell us that you saw him smiling?
Yeah, I just assumed he got a good deal out of us.
He did, yeah.
Yeah, I'm unsure whether he stole it from someone else and sold it, or it's his. He sold it and then,
Has claimed it was stolen.
yeah.
I think it's going to be he sold it to us. I think it's me. Yeah, he's the. Sorry, this is kind of me talking, not Lee May, by the way. It's going to be a kind of a. I think it's him. There's no. It's not stolen. It's his, but he's making it out that we stole it. So, but I think that's why we should go to the post office and get witness statements. Really.
It is better than nothing. I agree.
Yeah.
We will have to be quick, though. We cannot keep Magister Fu waiting.
No.
Well,
Okay.
how long do we have to meet Fu?
You weren't given a time as such, and nobody has come to summon you just yet.
Yeah. Sure. Let's go and find this bitch.
Well, no.
Okay, so you make your way down to the post office. Unfortunately, there's no sign of the merchant who was there previously. However, you do manage to talk to a couple of the clerks. You kind of relay your story to them, and they're quite reluctant to get involved in this. It's not really something they deal with, and as no paperwork was notarized with them, they've got no official documents anyway. And considering that the deal was struck outside in the kind of the yards, there wasn't really anybody in earshot when it happened anyway.
Oh, good.
Okay.
That's great. Why can't everyone be nice? God damn it! Why do I have to be sneaky? Ugh.
People are jitty.
Dick. Oh, sorry. I just thought you were going to say dicks. But yeah, jitty.
Not mutually exclusive by any means. But yes, Epicos, obviously you're quite keen to obviously can get to magistrates. And this is probably where you're going to be able to settle the matter.
Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah, maybe the owner knows something about who stole it.
Okay, so you guys make your way back to the magistrate's court. I've just realised I've got scenes for all these. We've been on a bloody world map this whole time.
Oh,
Oh no!
Like, that was a waste of my time earlier. Never mind. So yes, you make your way to the magistrate's court, which we now have visuals for. I will get used to Foundry, I promise.
That's okay.
And this time you don't have to wait quite as long. Magistrate Fu is kind of expecting you to appear at some point today. As such, has you shown into the audience chamber. Now, it seems that you lot have been getting yourself into mischief.
it was not intentional, sir. I promise. I was fully led to believe that I was actually buying the wagon. There must have been some misunderstanding, or we have been swindled.
I see. Well, as it so happens, I have the merchant who is accusing you of this theft waiting, and we can get to the bottom of this here and now. He gestures for a guard who kind of leaves through a door and after a few moments brings back the merchant. What's your side of this story then, merchant? Well, I was enjoying the festivities, and then when I came back to the post office, my wagon was missing. Then apparently I'd heard rumours that it had been seen going into a swanky hotel. Sure enough, I asked a few members of the city guard to investigate, and there it was.
Do we recognise this fella?
Yes,
Is it
he's the
the
guy.
same guy?
He's the guy who sold it to you. Magister Fu turns back to you, Epicos. Is this true?
No, of course not. We had a nice discussion with the man. Background music maybe a little bit loud, crispy as a headset.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Perfect.
Awesome.
No, we had a discussion with the man. He mentioned that the wheels had been recently rehooped. And we discussed the price. It started off at 75, and we had a discussion and haggled it down to 65. And then I took it back to where I was staying for the evening.
We paid, all of us, and we were all there. We all spoke to you.
The magistrate kind of looks between the two parties. Well, it's word against word here, and with no witnesses, I have no real means of discerning the truth.
At
I
this
have a
point,
solution here.
Epicos is going to point over towards the merchant and say, "Tell them what really happened, truthfully." And as he says truthfully, he is going to cast command.
Lol. Meme.
So DC 13 Wisdom saving throw, whether he needs to speak the one-word command, the command being truthfully.
Epicos, you reach out, you try to command him, but you notice that the spell fails.
That means we got a spell slot back.
The magistrate smirks a little bit. That won't be any use for you here. Do you think I could honestly run a government if people could come in here and cast magic to alter minds?
Not alter, just make him answer truthfully. Isn't that what you want?
Be as it may, this whole complex is surrounded in a zone of anti-magic.
I was not aware, my honor. My apologies.
Anyway, I have a solution so we can get this matter behind us. He turns to the merchant. I will reimburse you. How much did you say you sold it to him for? It was 65 gold. The merchant's eyes kind of light up with the promise of the payment. The magistrate kind of nods and then gestures for the guards, who seize the merchant. There we go, that settles it. The merchant's a little bit confused, but like, what's going on? Oh, you just admitted that you sold it to them, which means you've lied to me. You'll have time to think about that. He gestures and the guards kind of drag the merchant away, kicking and screaming. Right, anyway, now we've put that matter to rest, I have a more pressing one for you. Now, I had a very productive little talk with Laodong. It didn't actually take as long as I thought. He's not a particularly tough fellow. And what he revealed was very interesting. It seems that I had here in my very own administration somebody who was cooking the books. Now, conversation with him, now that was where the really juicy information was. As it so happens that this goes significantly further than I originally thought, far beyond the reaches of Nanping. As it so happens, I have a new job for you, a little further afield. You'll be going to the Phoenix Gate. He kind of waits for a moment. You guys would kind of know of the Phoenix Gate from reputation. It's the kind of southwesterly fortress on the Great Frontier Wall. Kind of one of the larger entry points into and out of the realm. As it so happens, this smuggling ring extends beyond the confines of the realm and into the Badlands. Now, I have a local contact there, the commander of the garrison. He's a good man, he's perhaps a little highly strung at times, but he should be able to point you perhaps to somebody who may be of assistance. I want you to go there and investigate what exactly is going on. From what I've been told, some goods are being shipped into and others out of the realm. And clearly this can't be allowed to stand, as A, I don't know what those goods are and it could be incredibly harmful, and B, we're getting no cut of it. So that's going to be devastating to our reputation if it ever comes to light. Now, you will be acting on your own behalf. I will by no means be endorsing your actions. Plausible deniability here is key. However, bring me back the information I need and I will make sure that you are handsomely rewarded.
As you wish, sir.
So we're spies.
In a sense.
Yes. She does a little fist bump and then kind of shuts up.
Okay, so he kind of gestures you towards the map on his desk and obviously kind of points out the Phoenix Gate to you, so if you want to follow me back to the realm. Do I have to activate that? Probably do, don't I?
Yeah.
Or we can manually click back to it.
So, if can I ping this at all?
Click and hold.
So, kind of down in this southwestern corner here, that large gate there is the one he's talking to, or talking to you about. And from there, quite a few merchants deal with the, local tribes, largely at and around the gate, but some venture further in. So I'm sure you might be able to find some information down there about what may be happening. It is, however, a bit of a trek from Tongguan. It is going to take you the better part of 4 days to get to. And obviously, if you go any further afield than that, the travelling beyond the gates will be even harsher still. He is going to write you a letter of introduction, or his contact over there. So he kind of quickly scribbles out an official writ kind of introducing you, and he seals it and addresses it to Peng Yun, captain of Phoenix Gate. Sealing it with his official stamp, this is going to act essentially as a passport for you all. LIC hands that to you for safekeeping, as you look like a bookish sort.
How are we spelling that name as well?
One moment, I've just closed my journal.
Sorry.
Peng, P-E-N-G, and then space and Yun, Y-U-N. Okay, so he reaches down to a chest and kind of unlocks it before pulling out a couple of coin purses. Now, I imagine you may have to grease a few palms potentially to get the information that I require. So I will give you this as an advanced payment, and for any expenses you may encounter. He hands over a coin purse containing 100 gold pieces. Now, do well for me, and I'll ensure that there's more where that came from on your return. Remember, discretion is important here. I would very much appreciate it if you didn't tell everybody that I'm inquiring into this, or the people I'm looking for are very likely to go to ground.
Okay. Understood.
He nods. You've already proven yourself to be capable once. Let's try and make a habit of that.
If things go badly wrong, or we attract the attention of local guards, is there any recompense or way out of that for us after everything is concluded?
He kind of weighs it up a little bit. That would depend upon the nature of your transgression. I can probably smooth over a few minor infractions, but anything particularly important, it's going to look very suspicious if I start weighing it.
Okay.
Try not to do any crime.
I'll be good.
At least not within the realm. I
I'll
don't
be
care
good.
what you do out in the wastes.
So if we drag the people out to the... Okay, I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Please pay her no attention, my lord. We will be on our best behavior.
I'll be good.
Good. Any further questions for me before you get to it?
No.
None from me.
Don't think so.
Very well.
So, FYI, just to track that, I've added a pouch of 100 gold to my inventory, so I guess we can use that if we need to purchase supplies and things, or we can split it up.
Yeah,
Depends on
that's
what
probably a good
Sensible.
idea.
Actually, I could, reimburse Epicos for the cost of the car.
I guess that's because that'd be a cost towards us traveling, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
In a way.
Half as a business expense.
Hold on to the money for now. We can dip into it in the future if we need to.
Let's go get some blankets.
Blankets and rations. I do not
No.
fancy eating a blanket on day 3.
Nom nom.
Okay, so you guys leave the magistrate's office and make your way down to the market for some provisions. For the sake of time, I'm just going to say that for a 4-day journey, it's going to cost you 2 gold to buy the provisions you need.
Each.
Before we
Total, sorry, for everybody.
Well,
Oh,
I'll take that
right.
out of the. I'll take that out of the 100.
Party
before you
gold.
before you buy it, Wide Eye does have the Wanderer feat, which means that any day he can find a source of clean water and food, so long as the terrain allows it.
Yeah, well, that's probably going to be useful within the realm. You're not sure what that would be like outside of the Great Frontier Wall, but could definitely alleviate some of the issues you may face while doing the 4-day travel down there.
Cool.
So if you're willing to kind of rely on that and take less in the way of provisions, I'll knock that down to only wanting 1 gold piece for.
I
Yeah.
mean, for the sake of it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, fine. I'll change. I'll put it to 99 gold then.
And that covers your more non-consumable items like your blankets and things like that.
Okay, cool.
Non-consumable. We've got a goat. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I'm not.
I mean, you're a cannibal, so.
Not that we know of.
I'll know better.
I mean, we could always make some like goat's cheese or something.
I don't know about that, G.
Could at least buy a dinner first.
Right.
Okay, so you guys stock up the wagon and start to make your way down towards the Phoenix Gate. So, in the interest of time, I'm going to speed this along. So the first few days pass relatively uneventfully. The roads are pretty good, but you start to notice that the closer you get to the wall, the less well maintained everything is becoming. Obviously, there is some trade, a few exotic goods here and there, making their way back into the realm, but not anywhere near the kind of scale that you saw on the road between Tongguan and Yancheng. So Epicos, like by day 3, you're having fairly hard going. The kind of paved roads that have given way to kind of packed dirt. Although the wagon is in good condition, those newly hooped wheels have no real problem with the terrain. Thankfully, it's been quite dry recently, so you don't have to contend with any mud. So the only real thing of note you seem to spot is another cart kind of broken down on the side. You can see that one of the wheels is missing a few spokes, and a couple of kind of individuals are arguing about how best to fix it. Now, obviously you could potentially help them, but that would slow you down.
We don't have a spare wheel, do we?
Nope.
I don't know how we can help them.
There is no harm in stopping and asking.
Oh. I'm always suspicious of people, but
I have seen how he fights. There is no harm for us.
Alright. You're the boss.
So,
So I was gonna say, you're the boss, Epicos. Oh. Sorry. Oh. Okay, sorry, continue.
I will have to remember that line for if I ever go back in the pits.
just Epicos just imagining now the crowds chanting that as
Yeah.
to work. So you stop and kind of assess the situation. The 2 individuals kind of reveal themselves to be villagers travelling kind of back from Tongguan to their village following the festival and a few productive days in the market. Epicos, you quite quickly realise that these guys, the wheel on their wagon is pretty much fucked, so short of a new one, there's not really much you can do for them.
I'll sort of step away and say to the group, is this Is their village on the way that we're going, or is it like a completely different direction?
It's kind of you would get them closer to where they needed to be. However, they would still have a bit of a distance to go if you didn't want to take any detours. Otherwise,
Can't really afford detours.
you'd probably take
Yeah.
about half a day to get there and back onto your road.
Yeah. We could take them with us, though, and bring them closer. It means they'd have to leave behind the wagon. But they're not bringing the wagon with them at this point anyway. This at least brings them closer to being home, as well as whatever they want to bring along with them.
You're the one that's pulling the car if you want to.
Mm. I'll relay that to the villagers. Unfortunately, your wagon looks, distinctly broken, and none of us have the skills to fix it. We are heading towards the Phoenix Gate. If you wish, you could, come along with us in our wagon, and we could drop you off there. That is hopefully a shorter journey than for you to have to walk.
They kind of discuss it amongst themselves a little bit, but then decide to take you up on the offer. So you load kind of their possessions into the bag. There's not too much there. They've bought some ironware by the looks of things, but it's all kind of it's portable for the two of them, and they kind of hop in. So as you guys make your way kind of further on towards Phoenix Gate, you're regaled by the finer points on turnip harvesting, as well as several folk tales. And by the time you reach the point where it's time to part ways, you're quite glad to see them go. But they wave you off as they set off down a smaller road towards clearly the home village.
And what's towards Phoenix Gate then?
But yes, you can carry on towards the Phoenix Gate, and by the kind of the end of the fourth day, you can kind of see it in the distance. Epicos, this is you've seen it before. Obviously
From the other side, I'm guessing.
From the other side, and it's no less imposing now than it was then. The kind of walls here are kind of interspersed with the Phoenix Gate's rising towers. This is obviously one of kind of the key bastions on this fortress wall. I mean, you know that there are a series of kind of relay forts every couple of miles, but no, this is clearly the home of a fairly sizable garrison. But you're getting closer, and by evening time, you arrive at the gates where a series of guards kind of inspect the wagon and ask you your business. But kind of obviously with no real cargo, so to speak of, you have no real difficulty getting past them. And you find yourself kind of in the civilian quarter of the Phoenix Gate. And in fact, on this kind of on the side of a wall that is still the realm, you can see that quite a few kind of buildings and tents have sprung up. Clearly, a few enterprising souls are catering to the needs of the garrison and probably making quite a pretty penny doing so, you imagine.
Cool.
So, Pengu.
Yeah, where do we find this guy?
I assume we maybe ask a guard or someone who looks like they know what's going on around here.
Yeah,
Sounds good to me.
yeah, good idea.
Okay, so you find yourself a guard and explain that you've got a message to hand deliver to the captain of the gate. He's a bit skeptical at first, but when you present him with the sealed letter, Elias, he very quickly has an attitude adjustment and brings you in towards the central citadel. You're kind of ushered up a series of kind of winding steps into a few different passageways before you kind of come to a large chamber. In it is a very large wooden desk, again, as seems to be common with these officials in the realm. And sat behind it is a particularly stressed-looking dwarf. He kind of looks up. What now?
We're looking for a penguin.
Well, you don't need to look much longer. You found him. What can I do for you?
We have a letter of introduction here from a Magister Fu. I'll hand
That
it out.
seems to
Pass across.
pique his interest a little bit, and he kind of puts his quill to one side and takes the offered letter. He reads it, not really giving much away with his expression. That's a real shame. I was hoping this would say that he was sending me additional funding or manpower.
We
All right.
have some things to do here, but provided that we have an easy time of it, we might be able to argue the case that more manpower is needed.
We are the manpower.
Potentially.
He laughs at that. Ha! Oh, well, good. Well, I've got several dozen kilometers of wall for you to be patrolling, then.
Ah,
But he
Yay.
kind of shakes his head at that. No, it's always the case with these officials. They never really see the value of a wall during the peace times. People kind of forget about the military when it's not needed. But that's another issue. I can see here that you have a particular matter to address. Now, I'm not going to ask you what that is. I don't particularly care. If Magister Fu deems it important, then I will do what I can to assist. I believe you're looking for a path out into the Badlands.
Yes.
Right. Well, I wouldn't recommend doing it alone, especially if you're going west.
we've got each other.
No, I meant with people who are only within the realm. You will need a guide. Let me put it bluntly. Even we don't venture out into those deserts without locals.
Ah, I see what you mean.
Do you know where we could find a guide?
There are several people who will do it. I can put you in touch with one of the more reliable ones. He's a merchant, an orc from one of the local tribes. He comes here and exchanges various things for various other things that they need. He's, not one for conversation, which I imagine is probably something that would serve you well in your current endeavours.
Yep.
Very good. He says to the soldier who brought you in, right, take these lot, find Jenkinto, he's going to be the one they want. The guard kind of gives a brief salute and beckons for you to follow him. You see that the commander kind of gets his quill and starts getting back to work straight away. It seems that, he's clearly under a fair bit of pressure down here. But the guard leads you back down into the courtyard and out through the Phoenix Gate, this time onto the side of the wall which is beyond the realm. Now, for most of you, I imagine, this is probably your first step outside of the realm, other than, of course, Epikos, who originated there, and Li Mei, who has sailed outside, but whether that technically counts, who knows. So you kind of stand and look kind of from the Phoenix Gate. You can kind of see out into the west where the sun is slowly starting to set behind sand dunes that, quite frankly, are the size of mountains. The eye stretches to horizon, and Yes, if you turn south, just in the distance, you can start to make off the rough silhouettes of what appears to be a sizable forest. But you don't have too much time to stop and focus and take in the precedence of finally leaving the realm. As you're kind of led into what seems to be an equally busy, hustling and bustling settlement on this side of the wall. In fact, if anything, this one is probably a little bit larger. However, it is set a good couple of 100 meters back from the wall. You imagine this is probably by decree of the camp commander. As you go, you can kind of see that the tents here are somewhat more primitive, and there are very few actual permanent structures by the looks of things. But you can kind of see a very, very interesting group of people mixing around campfires, a few of them clearly bartering. You notice there's quite a few orcs out here. A few of them seem to all be wearing kind of similar style of clothing. You imagine these guys are probably tribal. But one of the campfires the guards leads you to has an orc who's kind of sat to one side reading what appears to be a fairly worn book. Jacinto, got this lot here for you. Apparently they want to find someone out in the desert. The orc kind of looks up and assesses you guys, taking stock of the group. Huh, is that so? He slams the book closed and stands. He towers over most of you. Of course, he's probably about eye level with you.
God.
Holy crap.
Yeah, he's quite a big guy. And what business have you got in the deserts?
As the guard said, we're out to find someone.
Oh, well, which someone would that be?
Well, not exactly sure, and perhaps that's where you could help. Maybe you're aware of, well, being a trader yourself, you're aware of other traders who are perhaps a little more on the illicit side of things.
Illicit. You can tell you're from the realm. If he's buying what people are willing to sell and selling what people are buying, that's just the way things are. Laws aren't very well received out here.
Well,
Just the way I like it.
understand that. But unfortunately, this business crosses over to inside the realm, and laws are very much, we've been sent to investigate. So perhaps you might know someone, or introduce us to someone.
He kind of weighs this, and you see him start to nod his head. Very well. I might not like your laws, but I do like your gold.
I kind of nudge Elias as if to say, give him some gold.
Well, naturally. You would be compensated for your service.
He nods in approval. I know the orc you're after. Tribal leader. He's a big bastard. Very well connected as well. I can take you to him. But there will be a price. I think, well, let me see. I could do it for 40 gold pieces.
Jesus.
Now, what exactly would this 40 gold pieces be buying us?
Well, For the starter, I know where his camp is. That's not something that everybody can say, given that he moves frequently. For the second point, I know where the good spots for water are in this desert. That water will be worth way more than 40 gold to you after 3 days of wandering around.
No doubt. So you'll guide us there yourself?
Aye, I will.
Back.
And back.
Oh, I've learned from this before. I get out like a parchment of paper. So, can you just like scribble down there and back, kind of roughly date it? We've had problems literally a couple of days ago. Can you just sign on the dotted line here, please?
He shakes his head and laughs a little bit. Honestly, Realmers. He takes a quill which is comically small in his hand and makes a kind of a rough signature on the paper for you, stating that he will deliver you there and back.
Perfect. Amazing.
Well, it'll be tough going. I suggest we start in the morning.
Okay.
Very well.
What did you
He,
say your name was again, good sir?
My name is Jacinto. Now, if that's everything, I'll meet you here in the morning. He
What
sits
time?
himself back down and opens his book again.
Okay.
Shall
So-
we? Joe?
Is there so this camp, is it just like purely kind of like living for this, like, is it a tribe that's staying here, or is it like a
It seems to be a kind of an eclectic mix of traders from the looks of it, various tribes. You can see that like a few tents have, they all kind of have different markings to one another. Really, you imagine that for the tribes living out in the Badlands, there are a couple of things they can only get from inside the realm, and this is one of the key hubs to do that. But it doesn't look like any tribes are here in their entirety. And in fact, you can quite clearly see the difference in, kind of dress and mannerisms of those who have clearly come from the desert and those who have come from the kind of the marshy forests to the south.
Is it kind of shanty town-esque?
Very much so. However, it seems to be relatively peaceful, at least. It seems that if there are any tribal differences, they've been put to the side, at least while they're here. Whether that's some sort of unspoken agreement that's in place, or just perhaps fear of reprisal from the garrison if anything gets too rowdy.
And so, are there traders from like the realm side that cross over to here to trade and then go back through the gate, sort of thing? Or
Oh yes, definitely. Yeah, this is where they source quite a few of their kind of foreign curiosities.
Okay.
It's it's not uncommon to kind of see people coming and going from this camp to and from the Phoenix Gate, which you can see is actually kind of left open to kind of facilitate this trade. Obviously under 24-hour watch, but it's not. It doesn't look like the garrison is stood to any particular readiness, more so than you would expect from a kind of a daily life kind of setting.
Maybe worth us camping out here this evening and seeing if we can hear any interesting tidbits, and keeping an eye on the gate from this perspective may give us more insight.
We can swap, sleeping and so what's it called? Guard duties,
Mm.
watch, that kind of thing, so that we actually get some sleep. Can use the wagon as well. We still had the wagon, right?
Yeah, you still
Yeah,
got the wagon.
yeah.
Yeah. I was about to say, like, we're still got it with us. Good.
Yeah, it's a covered wagon for a reason.
Yeah, exactly. We got the blankets.
All right, so you guys find a spot to park the wagon, kind of on the outskirts of the camp. And again, it's seemingly a reasonably civilized encampment. Nobody gives you any trouble overnight. Did you say you were going to try and maybe get in amongst them, see about finding out a few things, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it might be worth me pulling out some bardy kind of tricks. See if we can draw some crowd and favour, I guess.
Always worth a shot. So, what instrument will you be pulling out for this Yinfu?
Isn't that just the question? Possibly the no, I think. Hold on, let me check. So, it's spelt Dizzy. Dizzy?
Uh-huh.
Tizzy, I think, is vaguely how you say it, but I've probably butchered that to high heaven. It's like a long kind of woodwind instrument, I believe. A
Sure.
little folk instrument, so yeah. A bamboo flute, basically. So yeah, just a little bit of that, and yeah, probably a little bit of fluting and like dancing alongside it.
Okay, cool. Do you want to roll me a performance, please?
Heck yeah. Hold on a second. I believe I have advantage on any checks that involve dancing as well.
Shoot me from your subclass.
Yeah, it's the dance virtuoso.
Alright, so we can do it at advantage then.
Fucking hell.
What was the roll?
7 plus 7.
God. That's so unlucky.
The worst one was 2.
Ew, Jesus.
Yeah.
Okay, so you begin to kind of play and obviously dance a little bit alongside. And you do gather a bit of a crowd. A lot of them largely just to see what the hell's going on. But, you know, a lot of them, you know, they obviously have their own music at their tribes, but yeah, these instruments from the realm are a bit of a novelty to them. So yeah, you managed to get probably about a dozen or so around the wagon after a while. And you can kind of see an interesting mix of kind of peoples before you. There are some humans, quite a few orcs, and then what appears to be a cluster of gnomes.
Cool.
As you kind of stop, they kind of just stare and look at you expectantly. Not really any applause. That doesn't seem to be a thing out here.
I will continue as if it's all going as expected and do a bow.
The crowd kind of look on and then just start to disperse. You try not to take it too personally.
Oh, I've not been egged, so it could be worse.
Exactly. Yeah, it could be worse.
Music and dance isn't quite what it is in the realm out here, I guess.
No.
Hardly surprising.
I mean, I used to sing shanties before a great storm hit, so I guess it is sometimes a bit more solemn. Maybe sometimes a bit more, I don't know, spiritual here. Perhaps, I don't know.
Well, that's not going to be our in for finding out more information anyway.
Clearly not.
Okay, so that kind of leaves you back where you started a little bit, Ian Fu, perhaps with a bit of a humbling maybe, but yes, perhaps art is interpreted slightly differently out here.
I'm going to use a bit of downtime to call Lynn back to myself and breaking the enchantment. I'll start reshaping the clay a little bit.
Uh-huh. All right. So
An owl probably sticks out a bit in the desert, so we're going to need something else.
okay, you start reshaping that. Meanwhile, obviously by now the sun has kind of set and people are obviously kind of starting to head to their tents. There are still a few people out and about, but your choices are a little slimmer than they were previously.
So it's all very, like, kind of desolate? Is that the word? Quite run down, not... There's no clear, like... There's no, like, clear gathering, no clear...
No,
They're all
as
kind of
Pascal
keeping-
kind of hit quite succinctly on, it is very much your kind of shantytown kind of
Yeah.
assembly of tents.
There isn't really a community here.
No,
No.
very much the case, but this is all very much transitory, you imagine. You suspect, obviously, that people who are here now aren't here very long, so it's probably ever-changing.
It might be unlikely that a lot of people might not know, if they're not here all the time, they won't know what's going on. So it might be better to just watch, because they don't seem the talkative type.
I'm assuming we also probably stand out enough, dressed the way that we are, sounding the way that we do, that we are probably quite clearly from the realm.
Yes, having seen
Do we stand out?
having seen the
Yeah,
the
well,
attire that the others are wearing, it's quite clear that the fashions in the realm are, shall I say, more refined and be very practical clothing worn out here.
I imagine if there are any illegal goings on, this probably isn't the type of place where it's happening anyway. I imagine there'll be somewhere along the wall where the smugglers are either tunneling under or climbing over or something or other. I doubt they'd be doing their bad business right near the gate where it's most well guarded. Oh, that's just my thoughts on the thing anyway.
Unless they're paying the guards like they were last time in the town.
Maybe.
But I get what you mean.
I'm no expert. smuggling, but
Yeah, they'll be coming through, but I can't imagine it's going to be overt. In the same way that we're expected to not be wildly overt. It just makes life harder, even if they are paying someone off. They don't want to have to be paying off more than they need to. Yeah, maybe just observing for the night, see if anything kind of stands out to us as people looking like they're up to no good or that kind of thing.
Sure. So you kind of sit and kind of observe what's going on. So you notice that kind of Chikinto is sitting around his fire, still reading his book. There are a couple of others with him, one of whom is a gnome. They don't seem to be making too much conversation, but it seems that the silence is amicable. And then slightly in the distance, there is another gnome. This time, quite an old, fairly hag-like looking creature, sitting whittling what appear to be a series of miniature statuettes. Other than that, it seems that most of the traders have turned in for the night. Chris, you just have like a gift to go within like 2 seconds of any particular sentence is quite impressive, honestly.
Fastest gift in the West.
But yes, that's exactly what's happening, Chris.
Incredible.
I want to know this woman, but I am afraid to go alone.
Because we'll back you up.
Okay, we're gonna go over and talk to the hag.
Okay, the hag
Or
is.
we're gonna circle round to see if she looks more ominous closer up.
Okay, so you kind of carefully approach, and you can kind of hear this. This woman is kind of mumbling to herself as she carves. Although you don't actually understand the language, Info.
Can we see what she's carving?
Yes, so she has in her hand clearly a cutting from a log, and she seems to be carving it into a fairly intricate pattern. It's hard to really work out what exactly it is, but it looks reasonably like it might be some sort of idol.
What's she carving out of?
So it's a hardwood, most likely from the southern forests. She's using a small but particularly vicious-looking whittling knife to kind of get the finer details.
Incredible. I'm gonna say that to her as I'm kind of lurking nearby.
She turns and instinctively kind of like, thrusts the knife out at you. However, you're too far away for it to really, be at risk of hitting you. And she starts kind of again talking at you in this tongue. There's confusion in her eyes.
I'm gonna use comprehend languages on myself. Oops, did not mean to do that.
Okay, so you cast on yourself. and suddenly, well, I'm not going to say the hammerings start to make sense, but you can start to pick out the words. It gets back. The stars are not right. She kind of makes a weird gesture across her body with her hands. It's kind of too fast for you to really pick out what it's supposed to be depicting, but she continues to wave the knife in your general direction.
I'm gonna nod, do a little, I can't speak in the language, like do a little bow and then like back away.
She kind of reaches into a cloak and pulls out a little pouch. She looks desperately up at the night sky. You seem to watch as she counts a few of the stars, and she shakes her head, puts the bag back in her pocket and pulls out another one. She takes a handful of something from it and throws it in your general direction. You kind of back away, but it seems to scatter harmlessly like confetti in the evening breeze.
I'm gonna go to bed. I think I've had enough.
Epicos, roll me an investigation, please.
Okie dokie.
So, some of this drifts your way. You kind of reach out a hand and grab a little bit of it. You can't really see it too clearly in the dim light, but you bring it up to your nose and give it a sniff. It smells distinctly like coriander.
Is she trying to cook? You know?
Oh my god, am I getting pre-seasoned?
She's kind of looking up the skies. Guys going, ooh.
Fucking gnomes and their bloody coriander.
The
Yinfu, I believe this is coriander. Is this a ritual you were aware of?
I don't know very much about gnomes. This is new to me. Is it coriander? I'm gonna try and sniff my clothes to see if it smells like coriander.
You take a sniff, and enough of this has managed to hit you to kind of, make you smell at least somewhat coriander-ish.
So weird. I don't know, she was complaining about the stars being wrong or something. I don't know. I don't think she was all there.
Maybe it is best we give her a wide berth for the time being, then.
Yeah, I am going to bed.
I too think I will call it tonight. It has been a strenuous few days.
Alright, so you try and put that encounter out of your mind, Yinvu, and you kind of make your way back to the wagon. Epicos, you follow suit. So you guys kind of get yourselves ready to sleep. It's obviously significantly quieter out here than in Tongguan, which is quite relaxing, and sure enough, away from the kind of lit streets. The stars are particularly visible out here, although Yinfu, you can't help but wonder whether they truly are wrong for you and what that may mean. But the morning comes, and with it a kind of warm westerly breeze. You find Jacinto, and you can see that he's already packed his travelling equipment into a sizable rucksack and has slung it over his back. You can see he's wearing quite loosely fitting clothes and has a kind of a shawl in place. He kind of looks at you guys a bit incredulously. Well, that's not going to be any good where we're going. He gestures to the wagon.
I suppose we leave it back at the Phoenix Gate then. I'll run it back to the Phoenix Gate and let someone important looking know that I've left it there for safekeeping while we're working.
Alright, so you kind of leave that, and you're, obviously in the security of the gate, it's pretty much a safe bet that it will be there when you get back. Obviously after what happened back in Tongguan, you have some misgivings about leaving it unattended, but Jacinto is right, this is going to do you no good in the kind of sands where you're headed. So, once Epikos returns, Jacinto kind of makes sure that all of you have brought enough water for the journey, at least for the first stage of it. He meticulously checks your equipment, actually. Right, that should do it. Just anybody starts to get dizzy, speak up. Last thing we need is someone with heat stroke.
No worries.
Oh, and by the way, follow exactly in my footsteps. And for the love of God, don't get separated.
That's ominous.
Okay.
Noted.
Separated in the desert.
Yeah, please no.
Okay, so you guys follow Jacinto as he starts to lead you away from the Phoenix Gate. The lands here is arid, quite stony, and a few shrubs kind of grow in it. But the further west he takes you, the sandier composition of that soil gets. And after the first half day, you guys are kind of getting to the kind of the foothills, if you will, of the sand dunes. Everybody doing all right?
Yes, thank you.
Are we doing all right?
Are you doing all right? Let's all roll constitutions.
Oh. You had to ask.
Hey.
Hey,
Oh, god damn it.
Okay, so Yinfu, you're having no problems. Your kind of hooves actually help you quite a bit in this kind of terrain. Epikos, however, you are struggling a little bit. Your armor is not the coolest of equipments, so that's starting to take its toll.
And I am by far the heaviest one here too.
Yes, so you are struggling with the sand. Even with 4 hooves, you are sinking into some of the deeper bits. Elias, you are very carefully monitoring your water supply, making sure to stay hydrated. Lee May, your hangover isn't helping things, so you've got a bit of a headache going through the sun.
Yep.
Wide Eye seems to be largely unfazed by this. He has the composure of a man out on an evening stroll. But so far, nobody seems to be at risk of anything more serious than discomfort. So, Jacinto keeps the pace fairly high. However, he stops you for a moment and kind of gestures for you to stay where you are. And he starts to make his way up one of the sand dunes. Elias, you notice him, he kind of reaches down and picks something from the sand, kind of brushes it off. You don't see exactly what it is, but you kind of get a glimpse of something about fist-sized and appears to be kind of bronze or coppery in its colour before he puts it in his pack and returns. Alright, let's move on.
What was that?
He opens his pack and pulls it out. It kind of holds it in front of you. It looks like almost kind of like a kind of a clamshell almost. However, it's kind of a dull kind of coppery brown colour, and you can see that the sand has scratched it in a few places. Oh, that's the dragon scale.
Oh.
Come again?
Oh, come on now, don't act so surprised. Everybody knows there are dragons out here. Just so happens that every now and again they shed their scales. I would have thought you'd known this is what you're after, isn't it? You wanted to know what's being smuggled back across the wall?
Dragons.
No, not dragons. I
Dragon
don't think you're
scale.
going to find many smugglers willing for that. But dragon scales, yes. Oh, you don't know, do you?
Oh, we do now, I think.
Can I actually do like a history check to see if I know what properties dragon scales have, kind of thing?
Yeah, sure.
Let me just check my features. Sure, there was something. I think it's just part of like me having like the scholar kind of background. But yeah, I'll just do a history check.
Okay, so Elias, when you kind of had your apprenticeship with Jade Brotherhood, you noticed that there are certain items which have, shall we say, natural attunement to the weave. Dragon scales are one of them. However, they also have a, shall we say, less arcane use, as when ground into a fine powder and ingested, they have a mild psychoactive effect.
Given that this is Chinese themed, I didn't think you were going to say psychoactive.
Well, given the side effect of a few other potions in the last campaign, you know.
Well, I suppose there's a few reasons why people want to smuggle dragon scales then.
He shrugs. Well, they'll pay us a good price for it, that's for sure.
Yeah. How much would one of those be sold for?
He shrugs. Depends on the buyer. Not really my business. I just lead people to and from.
So from my knowledge as well, is the, I guess, supply of dragon scales kind of outlawed in the realm?
It's very heavily controlled.
Right, sorry.
So the Jade Brotherhood have kind of standing permission to have certain quantities of these at any given time. how they are not commonly found in the realm, as the last dragon sighting here wasn't, for millennia.
Yeah.
Hence why they're quite well sought after by people willing to pay.
Okay.
Oh.
So this orc chieftain leader, he deals in a great quantity of scales.
Yes, the subsidiary tribes around him who he's already subjugated pay him tribute. Obviously his own men find what they can. Then he trades them with somebody in the realm. Last I heard he was shipping weapons in return.
Yeah, to subjugate the rest of the tribes, I suppose.
Jacinto shrugs. Out here the strong are the ones who rule. It seems that Lagvug is intended to be the strongest.
Lagvuk, you said?
Yes, Lagvug Sandstricken. He's the leader of this tribe.
Oh, people just roam around the desert looking for these things, or is there a more efficient way of farming them?
Shakes his head. The naivety of the realmers. And how would you go about farming dragon scales?
Being dragons captive, and I don't know.
Have you ever seen a dragon?
I've seen a drawing of a dragon.
Well,
I've
once
seen a
you've
dragon
seen the thing,
scale.
I'll let you come to a conclusion about how you might capture one.
I thought.
No. The tribes are nomadic. They move about, and as they do, occasionally the dunes offer up their secrets.
Given the labour-intensive process of collecting them, I'm not surprised they fetch a high price anyway.
Or do we need to be concerned about the dragon?
Is this part of the whole follow you exactly, don't go wandering off business?
Well, that just makes my job easier. I wouldn't worry. We're within a day's ride of the wall. They don't come this far east usually.
Then how
Yes,
would a
so-
scale end up here?
Yeah, so usually that worries me.
He gestures to the dunes. Well, nobody ever sets foot into the same sand sea twice. The sands move, and as they do, so do the scales. There's no telling how old this one is.
Okay.
Anyway, less talking. Need to conserve our water.
As we're going
Yeah.
along, I'm gonna be extra careful to keep an eye out for dragon scales.
Sure, so you'll kind of keep your eyes peeled, but as you kind of move forward, the sun starts to set and you haven't seen any more. Clearly this one was a chance find, which Jacinto is just seizing on as an opportunist. As night starts to fall,
Should have done.
you expect Jacinto to kind of make for camp, but he keeps you walking. Couple more hours. There's an oasis up ahead. We'll stop there. The temperature starts to decrease quite rapidly. You notice as the sun drops. At first, it's a welcome relief from the heat of the day. However, quite quickly you start to feel the chill kind of bite into you. But you reach the oasis, and it's kind of against a bit of a bluff in the dune, so the kind of wind is funneled over you. Right, we rest here for the night. I'd suggest you keep a watch rota.
Were we given any estimate for how long it would take to reach this sort of nomadic tribe?
No, you noticed Chikinto never did actually give you any promises about time frames.
How? I'm gonna ask him. How long are we gonna be traveling for?
He kind of gives you a look and a bit of a shrug. If they were where I think they'll be, about 2 more days. If they've moved on since, which they may have done, well, it could be another couple after that.
Ah,
When you said we should be keeping watch, what exactly are we watching for?
He kind of looks at you again, and you kind of see a glint of mischief in his eye. Oh, anything and everything. The desert spirits can be quite untoward.
Okay.
alrighty, Roo.
Cool.
I'm
Great.
so excited. I'm so excited.
What
You
a
take-
time.
You take the opportunity to refill your water skins from the oasis, and you notice Chikinto kind of just gets his head down straight away.
He's very trusting to rely on us to watch for him.
Or
Perhaps.
there's not too much danger. Maybe he's not quite as restful as he looks.
Maybe he's exhausted.
Should we set a watch?
Yeah.
Sure.
I can take first.
I'm happy for second.
I'll go
Well.
third then.
I'll take this opportunity to pull out from my pack my newly carved little lizard,
Oh, lizard.
which,
Lizard.
while I've never seen one personally, I have read about them and seen illustrations, so I've got it almost good.
Is this like the medieval drawings of cats where it's kind of a
Got a
cat?
human face.
Yeah.
Well, I think Jade Brotherhood get better literature than that, probably.
Yes, they would probably have the best idea out of anybody who may have had a passing interest in books, obviously being keepers of quite desired libraries. Alright, so Yinfu, you get yourself set up on kind of a little kind of rocky outcrop overlooking the immediate area. You get quite a good view of the surrounding deserts. And as the others kind of start to settle into sleep, you kind of cast an eye over the oasis. It's a small pool kind of set against a almost like a kind of cliff of sandstone where the winds have kind of blown the sands off to expose the rock underneath. A few kind of hardy trees are growing here, offering the rest of the party a bit of shelter to kind of kip under. And you look and have basically a perfect view of the stars. You start to kind of feel a bit of inspiration hit, and the kind of the makings of perhaps a new song start to dance through your head.
Do the stars look different out here than they did last night?
Not massively, to be honest with you. You've not gone too far away, but you're not an astrologer.
I'm wondering about that hag, whether the stars are better tonight. I think it's probably stuck with me a little bit.
So, Infu, can you roll me a perception, please?
Absolutely.
So you kind of gaze out over the desert, kind of watching some of the sands kind of being blown around off the tips of the dunes. When you feel something latch onto your back,
Ooh.
and I'm going to roll some dice. What dice am I going to roll?
Just heard Chris's laugh echo from the background.
So, at advantage.
Oh.
Why am I counting you as Balin? That plus. Moment. Okay, so Yinfu, you are going to take a little bit of damage. I'll tell you exactly how much. So you're going to take 7 damage, Yinfu, and you feel something kind of wrap around your head. The world goes dark and you feel something starting to gnaw on the back of your neck.
Oh,
I'm going to screech because I'm not an idiot.
Roll me a performance, please.
God.
Oh fuck.
For fuck's sake.
All of the times to whiff a screech.
Okay, so as this thing kind of wraps itself around you, you find yourself unable to really vocalize as well as you would like. You kind of get a bit of a yell out, but it's very muffled. Why did I roll me a perception, please?
Yes.
Why did I fail his perception roll?
No!
The creature makes another attack.
Can I launch myself backwards?
At the moment, you are grappled, blinded, and unable to breathe.
Fuck's sake.
Plus another 6. That's just gonna do it again, I'm afraid.
Fuck.
Oh god.
That's bad.
That is bad.
Is it 13 bad?
You know it isn't. It's 12 bad.
Oh my fucking god!
However, thankfully, Jacinto clearly wasn't as asleep as you originally thought. Wake up, you fools! He beckons and he actually lights a torch. As he runs towards you, Pascal, you feel the creature kind of release its grip on you and kind of screech as the light hits it. And I'm going to need everybody to come with me onto this particular map, and we're going to roll some combats. Once I make a new one.
My token's still got her old name on.
I wonder why it does that.
You need to change it on the character sheet. So, in the top right on the character sheet there, where it says like token options, if you go into there, it'll give you the option to change like the name of it. It'll show up as the wrong one.
Yeah, I'll have to have a look at that. Alright, so everybody roll your various initiatives.
You here, Jace?
Yeah, I'm here. Still got one mine rolled twice.
Were you here 2 minutes ago when
When I was busy dying.
when the interview was dying?
No, no, I wasn't. Sorry, I forgot to say. Back, I've literally just come back and seen people rolling.
Alright, bear with me one moment so I try and figure out how to add a light source directly to.
If he's got a torch in his inventory,
That is probably the best way of doing it.
you can equip that, and it gives a light source based on that.
One moment, everybody bear with me.
Oh, but there's a bear as well.
To the compendiums.
Oh, I love Chicken Toes picture. Very cool.
That AI thing has been very useful, I must say.
Yeah.
Right, has that given him a light source? Why is that not giving him a light source? Bear with me.
Did you get it from the compendium, or did you get it from plutonium import?
I got from plutonium.
And he's definitely got the torch equipped. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got it equipped, so I'm just looking for it. It might be effects, maybe. Torchlight. Enable effect. There we go.
Hey, there we go.
Winner.
Chicken dinner.
Okay, and thankfully the dice have actually worked in a fairly thematic initiative order. So, Kinto, he's if I can select his character, he's going to move his way forwards, and as the bright light casts itself over this thing, it kind of recoils a little bit. He kind of doesn't attack it as such, he just waves the torch in front of it. Back, devil! Okay, so Fu, it's your turn. Obviously, reeling from this assault, you are not doing very well at this point. You have multiple open and bleeding wounds all over your kind of face and neck. As this thing recoils, you know, your blood just drips into the sand around you.
Moving away, I don't necessarily know is going to be the easiest option. I'm going to attempt to headbutt it using my ram attack. Let me just check. I think it's basically the same as my. So it'd be 1d6. I think it might be the same as my bard attack. Let me just check. Yeah, it's the same modifiers and stuff, but yep, that is not so good. And I think that's actually going to be the end of my turn. I'm not going to do anything crazier.
Okay. So, the creature recoils violently. Oh, I'm still picking him. Why am I picking him? There we go. From this torch kind of flitting around. He's going to float over this. And then he's going to ascend a little bit.
Does that mean I get an attack of opportunity?
If you can pass a dexterity saving... Oh, yeah, but dex saving throw, then yes, you can.
A dex saving throw?
Yes. In fact, let me just check. Make sure that I'm thinking of the right thing. Actually, I think a sleight of hand would be more thematic than that. Basically, it's moving quite quickly, and you'd have to be quite quick to get an attack in.
Okay.
And that is that is a hit.
Cool. Do I just roll damage now, or do you want me to still roll an attack?
Well, that's a hit on the ability to take an attack. You'll need
Okay.
to roll the attack now.
Or not. There we go.
Okay, so you strike at it, but your blow is weak and it bounces off the thing's leathery hide. That is its go. So Elias, you kind of take stock of the situation. You can see that Yinfu's not doing too well, but you also notice that this thing clearly doesn't like bright lights.
Okay. Well, I'll move. oh, well, I'll move into the light a little bit. And let me. Yeah. I will cast Mind Sliver.
Okay. The Clucker fails that one.
Okay. Roll the damage.
Nice.
That's 6 psychic damage. And it's subtracts a d4 from its next saving throw, which I will follow up with a telekinetic shove as a bonus action.
Okay.
So it has to make a DC 14 strength saving throw.
Have I situational bonus minus 1d4. Let's see if that works. Oh no, that's 1d34. Let's not do that.
Okay, so it's shoved. Well, so
See if that one works actually. So that should be 8 minus 4. Yeah, that seems to have done a trick. Nice one.
right, okay, that's right. Yeah, so it'll be shoved, 5 feet towards me. So I guess it'll drop 5 in its elevation.
Okay. So you kind of grab its tail with this psychic hand and kind of yank it down a little bit. Any other actions?
I think I've got 5 feet left, so I'm just gonna step a little bit further into the light again. Yeah, that'll be it. End of turn. Oh shit! Can you give me a lizard to my PCs? Not that it's going to do much in this combat.
I'm going to give you Lynn as a stand-in. But, we'll take it as a.
Sure.
In fact, actually, can I just set the?
Well, because it takes its initiative the same time as me.
Initiative value 17. There we go.
Yeah, not that the lizard's going to be able to do anything with it up in the air, so it.
But it is there for you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Wide-Eye, you've obviously heard the commotion, are on your feet quite quickly. You see this thing kind of hovering ominously up in the air. Its wing spread is pretty wide, probably guess about maybe 12 feet from tip to tip.
Ooh, he's a big boy. So first thing I'll do is move to join. But like, let's run over, head towards it. So it's 15 feet in the air, and I still have. What's the range on? Where is it? Javelin. 30 feet? Should be able to hit that. Yeah, should be able to hit that in 30 feet, shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Right. So obviously he is going to rage. And
It's tradition.
as always. Fuck, I've clicked it twice. Yeah, there we go. Javelin attack, normal roll. I'm just going to launch a javelin at it.
Why does my chat menu keep disappearing? Alright, so the javelin kind of sails up towards it, but it quite lazily rolls to one side and it sails underneath its wing.
Damn
It's
it.
quite agile when it's airborne, it seems.
Well,
Also, I think next
that's-
time, if you target it, it'll automatically tell you if it hits or not.
Oh, yeah, I should have done that. Yeah, I forgot about that.
It's alright, doesn't matter too much, just speeds it up a tad.
Yeah, no problem. But yeah, it's about as much as what I can do right now. So I enter. Yep, done.
Okay, Epicos, you kind of finish grabbing your weaponry just in time to see this javelin hurl past this airborne monstrosity.
Seeing that it's up high and doesn't seem to like the light, I'm going to move 10 feet forwards, bring my arm back like a radiant javelin appears in my arm, and I am going to try and hit it with a guiding bolt.
Okay.
Oh, let me target it first.
Okay, so
Wow.
Javelins just cause 9s, apparently.
the bolt streaks through the sky, kind of lighting it up, and as it passes, you kind of see this creature lit up a little better. The underside of its belly seems to be kind of sand-like in colour and kind of mottled, whereas the outside, the overside of it is kind of pitch black. It visibly recoils as this light passes by it. It kind of hisses with kind of rage. But other than that, you do no harm to it.
I think we're just going to use the rest of my movement to come and stand in front of Elias and give a bit of cover. And pass turn.
Okay, Lee May, you can kind of see everybody's kind of assembling now in the safety of the lights, or the perceived safety of the lights.
And can I see everything that's been going on?
Yeah, you've got a pretty
Yeah.
pretty good view. It's
Cool.
a big thing, and obviously everybody's kind of lighting it up with either a torch or a bolt, which kind of acts as a pretty handy pointer.
Yep, nice. And are these trees or are these just bushes?
They're kind of palm trees, that kind of style.
Okay. Are there rocks around me at all or anything?
This rocky ridge here is about 5 feet elevated above the rest of the sand. Nothing too big.
Okay.
Well, there's a cliff slightly further north, but
Okay. Just wondering if there's any obvious, because I don't really want to throw like my great sword. As funny as that would be, don't want to do it. I'm gonna. I can't really do much because I can't really get close enough unless I jump off Epikos's back. But I don't really want to do that right now. So what I'm gonna do is just go. Can I go through the? Oh, how do I do it again? How do I move?
And you select character, and then just should be able to
Oh
drag
yeah.
it.
Okay. There we go. I'm gonna get into the light as well. Do I need to roll anything to get over the rock?
No, that's fine.
Okay. I don't know how much I've just moved. That's 30 feet. Okay, cool. That's fine. I'm just staying light, and can I ready if they're ready to attack if it comes closer to us?
Yep, sure. So with your greatsword.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Okay.
And then
Okay. So, Jacinto is going to move over here to check on you, Yinfu. He is actually going to roll a medicine check. You can kind of see concern in his eyes there. You're losing a lot of blood. We need to deal with that. He kind of waves the torch behind him. He kind of shouts to the rest of you. Try and keep it at bay. And he's actually going to reach into his bag and pull out a potion.
Expensive potion?
Yinfu, he is going to pull out a potion and he is going to give it to you. So, you're going to get 2d4 plus 2. So you're going to get 6 HP back.
it's a pretty nice person.
What a gem.
He's just spent more on trying to heal you than we're paying him.
Well, that's the price in the realm. It
Yeah.
might not be the price out here.
It's just coriander water.
Yeah, turns out he knows a pretty skilled gnomish alchemist and who just happens to like coriander.
Oh my god, it was a gnome. Oh my god, it's on no.
It was the gnome. Alright, that is however the end of his turn. Yinfu, you're up.
Cool. I remembered immediately after the end of my turn that I have the ability to do some healing. So I'm going to healing word myself. Which is a bonus action.
Healing word is so good. Such a good.
So that's another 6 healing. Oh. 6. There we go. Right. Not looking quite as terrible. Yeah, what's the deal with spells again in turns using more than one of them with bonus action? Could I use a cantrip?
Can't have 2 leveled spells, so you can do
Okay.
spell and a cantrip, but not 2 spells.
So, what you're saying is I can use Vicious Mockery on the flappy bastard.
You can.
Excellent. Let me just double check. How far away is it? Yeah, it's well within range.
If you use a bonus action to cast a spell, the only other spell you can cast in that turn is a cantrip with a casting time of an action.
Yes. I think that's what we said. Bonus
Yeah.
action spell. Cantrip, full action. Okay,
Oh,
fine then, yep.
Yep. Right.
DC 13 Wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. 8.
Oh no, I've just done that as you. Hold on.
I passed.
Let me try it again.
Hey.
Creature does not.
4 damage. I insult its mother.
Specifically?
Hmm?
How specifically?
She was born upon scum. Yeah. It's 4 damage worth of insult, it's not that great. Pass turn there.
Okay, so the creature is in two minds. On the one hand, it knows that it has weakened its prey over there. On the other hand, it also knows there is now a bright source of light over there.
Yuck.
It also knows it's fairly hungry. So it's going to try its luck. It's going to move 30 feet there and 10 feet down as it swoops in to try and finish off and grab Yinfu. So if I do bite, that will be at disadvantage because it's in bright light.
Mmm.
Wait, what?
My-
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's oh.
okay. So
Sure glad we're not stood in the dark.
let's roll some damage on that.
Oh,
Oof.
Fuck.
Okay, so usually when hit, it would grab and attach itself to the creature. So it is going to do that. However, it is going to make a strength check to see if it can lift you away.
no.
I may also.
You're not dead, but
Isn't
oh, you're defeated, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's the same marker.
Ah, true. Okay, so
Same effects, I think is the basic thing.
okay, so
fuck.
it grabs you in its kind of short, little stubby talons underneath and prepares to take flight.
Oh my god. It wants goat snack.
That is the end of its turn.
It smells the coriander.
I'm going to come back and haunt that fucking hag.
Now, I wouldn't usually tell you this, but I feel like it would be cruel not to as a DM. This creature does have a ability called damage transfer, which means when it's latched onto a creature, half the damage it takes gets passed onto that creature. Now, bearing in mind that Pascal is rolling death saving throws, I would probably bear that in mind.
Thank you for telling us.
Well, it's a good job I've got some backup character ideas. Because I don't know how you get me back from this.
I think I can handle this.
I can do some things to help.
I can
So I'm going to send the owl lizard to run up and try and interfere with this thing.
With a help action, I assume.
Yes. And then I myself, is Epicos standing on top of me? Where have I gone?
Yeah, let me move
That's
that
a
way
good
for you.
question, Rory. Ah, there you go.
There you go.
I'm going to come up a bit closer. I'm going to cast Fascist Idiot Laughter.
Okay. on, my chat log has once again unwindowed itself. Bear with me. Yeah, it passes that one. So isn't affected. Hold on. Let's have a look. Oh no, wait, that isn't affected. No, doesn't have to roll. Never mind.
Yeah. Well, yeah, if it's got an intelligence of 4 or less, then it isn't affected at all anyway.
Yeah, although hold on, actually, that being said, it was with the assistance of... So let me roll that again.
Oh shit, yeah,
Count
sorry.
as disadvantage. So I'll just roll this one secondly. Oh, okay.
Fuck off.
Why can I never roll this well when I'm a player?
Yeah, well.
It's the way the dice go.
So it's 5 feet in the air, correct?
Yeah, so it's within arm's reach.
Right. I mean, I've already cast my spell, but I can always do another telekinetic shove. So it's a DC 14 strength save. That's only a bonus action, and it's not actually a spell.
Okay, so it fails that one.
So I'm going to shove it another 5 feet closer, so back down towards the ground.
Okay, so you kind of pull it back down to earth. Kind of Yinfu's limp body clanking into the rocks.
And then hopefully someone else can come along and do something. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. Wide-Eye, your turn.
Okay, so Wide-Eye grabs his axe and just no.
Oh god.
He's gonna barrel in. It's been brought down to ground level, hasn't it?
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
What he wants to do then is he's going to attempt to grab it. He's going to kind of try and wrestle it off with Yinfu, basically.
Okay, cool. Roll me an attack, please, at advantage. Obviously, because you're raging.
What kind of attack? Because I don't have the option for...
Well, I was going to say, is it a grapple?
Yeah, because he's trying to like grab it.
Actually,
And...
that's true. So let's have a look.
It's a contested athletics, I think.
Yeah, it's
Refresh my memory about grappling. I thought it was an attack. Bear with me. Well, you want to grab a creature, you can use the attack to make a special grapple. Blah blah blah. Must be one size larger than use. That's all right. Must be when you reach. That's all right. So yes, contested strength, or well, it can use strength or dex, but you've got to use strength.
Alright.
Which means I need to check which one of those it'll be using. It'll be using strength. However, it'll be doing it at a disadvantage because right. So 5 is the score to beat there. Wide-Eye.
Okay, if you just a strength saving throw. Wait, ability check or saving throw?
Ability check.
Okay.
Oh, that was a... So it actually did even worse then because they did the saving throw.
True. Oh yeah, it should have been athletic. Well, it's because it doesn't have athletics as a NPC, that's why.
You
Can you
can
not just
select
roll?
C.
I mean, I could just roll them and do it manually, but...
Yeah.
Oh no, yeah, you can't just click your strength to roll. Oh no, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, you just click. Right.
Either way, it seems that Wide-Eye has bested this thing, so Wide-Eye, with kind of like a running leap, you kind of grab onto this thing's left wing and kind of slam it to the ground, kind of trying to pin it in place. It releases Yinfu as it tries to kind of roll around to get its kind of fangs and tail in your direction. Oh yeah, shit, this is another one with a multi-attack. Never mind.
Oh, thank fuck.
Oh god.
Oh, biscuits.
I looked at this before the session as well. I was like, I won't forget that. And here we are.
I'm glad you did forget.
Oh, sorry, no, that's... accidentally move that. Okay, so you've grappled this thing. Let me apply that. Grapple. There we go.
Yeah. Well, I guess I'll be holding it down for everyone else.
Okay, Epicos. You see this thing is now at a more agreeable altitude for you.
I am, however, going to run over to Yinfu, and you, lay on hand. And I'm going to pump. Let's go 12 points of that. So you regain 12 health.
Okay, Yinfu, you kind of regain consciousness to see Wide-Eye wrestling with this thing, and a very concerned Epicos looking down at you.
And given that Wide Eye is currently in a grapple with it, I'm also going to cast, using my bonus action, Shield of Faith on him. So,
Okay.
while I maintain concentration, Jace, you've got +2 AC.
Ooh, very nice.
And that'll be me done.
Okay, Li Mei, you can see things are going a little better now.
God, right. I can't run through people, can I? I can't run through.
You can go through them, you can't end on the same tile as them.
Oh, cool. Okay. Can I go there, or is that the
That's the same space as it. You could go next to Elias.
Elias? Okay, cool. Whee! Right. And I'm going to try and attack this thing. So because I'm angry. Okay. Does that hit?
Yes, that hits.
Thank God.
And you should technically have advantage, so do you want to roll again, just in case it's crit?
Yeah. No.
Nope, okay, so
Pick
8
the first
damage.
one. Cool. 8 damage on that. Oh, I forgot to target. I'm sorry.
It doesn't really matter too much, don't worry about it.
Okay.
Right, okay, so that's you done.
Yep.
We move back to Jacinto, who is going to kind of continue to wave this torch between the still recovering Yinfu and the Cloaker to try and keep it at bay. So that's going to count as an assist action. But that is going to be the end of his go.
Cool. If it's grappled and whatnot, will it still get an attack of opportunity if I move away?
I think rules as written, yes.
Yeah, grapple
It's
just sets
just-
its speed to 0.
Its speed goes to 0. Everything else kind of stays the same.
Restrained is
it-
what you're thinking of.
It will, however, be at disadvantage because it's now in bright light.
I don't know whether I want to gamble with that.
Yeah, well, we've seen my disadvantage rolls, haven't we? 19 and 20, or something like that. Or 20 and whatever it was. Yeah, 19 and 20.
Yeah, I'm going to choose to disengage.
Okay.
And then... Oops, I'm measuring instead of moving. I'm going to do a move around just to stay a little bit further out of its reach. Also, I'm no longer prone. Oh, she uses half my speed. And that is my turn. Oh, shit.
Right.
Can I undo that and give Bardic Inspiration to Wide-Eye?
Yeah, there you are. Taking it back to your turn, you should be able to do that.
Cool. Bardic Inspiration. There you go. So, Jace, that's for you. Okay, done.
Okay, so this thing now is clearly just trying to get itself away from you, Wide-Eye, so it's going to attack.
Don't forget about your +2 AC, Jace.
Oh yeah, so it'll be on 14.
I should be able to change that for you.
You can also add a d6 if you want.
Maybe I can't change that for you.
Before you do, what I'm going to try and do actually, Crispy, if I target Wide Eye and just recast Shield of Faith without using a spell slot, I'll see if that adds it. Has that changed anything for you?
No, actually, it hasn't. That's interesting.
That's weird.
Right, tell you what, we'll roll as normal and just add the 2 on in
Yeah.
there and see what happens. So, I'm going to use my first attack to make a bite. Disadvantage. That's 16, so still going to be a hit, I'm afraid.
Mhm.
Let me apply that damage. It's only 4 damage there. And then it can't quite reach you with its tail, so it's going to lash out at you, Lime.
Alright.
Again at disadvantage. Hold on, why is that? Okay, so you're fine there. That one, you can't see it coming and manage to parry its tail with your greatsword.
Yep.
Oh, it's because it's targeting you both, that's why. And that is going to be the end of its turn as it kind of tries to free itself, but you keep a firm grip on it, Wide-Eye. So moves us over to Elias.
So Wide Eye's got a hold of it, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So shocking grasp probably isn't a good idea.
Be risky.
No, I'll try another Mind Sliver.
It passes this one.
Yeah. Okay. Oh shit. No, it doesn't matter because I said it out of order. The lizard will do a help action, I guess, for the next verse. I didn't declare it. And yeah, there's no point doing a telekinetic shove because it's already on the ground. Probably just interfere at this point. Nope, nothing else to do. Enter.
Okay, so Wide-Eye, you are still grappling this thing.
Okay. Can you still make a melee attack? Like,
Yep.
And you'll get some assistance from the lizard, who's like slowly trying to gnaw its way through its wing or something, maybe.
Its teeth making very little progress against a tough leathery surface, but it tries nonetheless.
okay. Would it have to be like an unarmed or?
No, it can just be your regular attack.
Okay. Awesome. You know what? Wait, does it?
Although it might have to be one-handed actually, because I think you do have to keep one hand on it, reading the rules.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering if I'm gonna have to let go or not. Although saying that, I can't see where it says which weapon is one-handed or not.
What weapons have you got?
Great axe, light hammer.
Great axe, I believe, is two-handed. The hammer isn't. It should say if you hover over the weapon, in your inventory, if you hover over it, it should say, if it's got extra bits like, two-handed, etc.
None of them say two-handed. That's what I was checking. One action, 5 feet, proficient, martial melee, or one action, proficient, simple melee.
Great axe is two-handed. What was the other one you said you had?
Light hammer.
Hammer is one-handed.
Yeah, it would have to be a one-handed weapon, but that'll do the trick.
Go on then. I'll use the light hammer. And just because I haven't grappled the creature in so goddamn long, is it advantage or not while you're grappling or melee?
I believe it's not. However, it's going to be advantage because of a number of other factors as well. So,
fair enough.
You're raging, you've got an assist, and it's in bright light. So,
go on then. Advantage.
that'll hit.
17. I thought I'd highlighted it.
You got to right click on it and then click the little bullseye.
That'll be why.
It's fine. So damage.
So yeah, that's done.
Oh, why is that targeted Lime? Let's not apply that. I'll just do -9 to the. There we go.
No, I love the idea of like I've swung for this and just twatted Lima in the face instead. Yeah. Cool. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can do. Do we have to re-roll for the grapple or?
No, it can choose to use its action on its turn to try and escape. It chose
okay. Yeah, I'll keep it pinned down for now then. And then enter. Done.
Okay, Epicos.
I'm going to try and hit it with the spear. Does a 24 hit?
That will hit, yes.
I am going to
Although
damage.
you rolled it again at just normal, so you'd have to roll again just to see if you got correct.
Yeah. 11, no.
Okay, so that's the first, which hits.
Actually targeting it now. I am also going to use a smite. So I'm going to burn my last spell slot, so it's an extra 2d8 damage.
Okay. Tell you what, we'll do the spear and then we can do the smite separately because we've got the button for the spear, of course.
Okay, yep. So the damage for the spear is 13, that's max damage.
Alright. And then the smite, do you want to roll 2d8s?
That's not max damage. And I am also going to use my Channel Divinity to Inspiring Smite, which immediately after I deal damage to a creature with my Divine Smite, I can use my Channel Divinity as a bonus action and distribute temporary hit points to creatures of my choice within 30 feet. Equals 2d8 plus my level in this class.
Okay. So do you want to roll that up?
Yeah, I just need to give me that back because I thought I needed to click Channel Divinity first. I did not. It is grumbling a little bit, so I'm going to roll it manually then. So 2d8 plus 3, so 9 hit points. I'm going to give the other 3 hit points each. So Lime, Elias, and Wide Eye, you'll get 3 temporary hit points. Just an extra bit of a buffer. And that's me done.
All right. Lee May, your turn.
Well, we know what I'm doing. It's fine. Gonna hit it. Right.
Leave.
And that's with advantage still, yeah?
It will be, yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Still
Guess
a
not.
hit
Oh. Oh.
with some big damage.
That's some. That's full damage.
Uh-huh.
That makes me so happy. Yeah, 15. Oh.
Finally getting good with a great sword.
Yeah, fine.
So much easier when she's sober.
Yeah, she hasn't. Yeah, she hasn't had alcohol in ages. Say ages. It's been like 2 days.
All right. Anything else, or are you happy at that?
Oh. I don't think I can really do. No, I can't really do much else. So I'm gonna end him.
Okay, so Chikinto is actually going to try and beat this thing with his torch. Advantage. There we go. Why is that counted as you? I don't know. Anyway, actually, that's just about going to hit for 1 damage.
What?
The thing screeches as the fire hits it. Yinfu, your turn.
Forget I'm a fighter. Fuck.
Forgot to ask Crispy, my
You forgot
divine
multi-attack.
smite, the
Yeah.
fact that it was radiant damage, does that mean anything?
Not in this instance.
Okay.
Good news is it all does it automatically if it has an impact, which is nice.
Yeah.
I am going to attempt another vicious mockery. It went so well last time, why not do it again? So DC 13.
That's wisdom, isn't it? So disadvantage. Here we go.
Nice. Hey, 4 damage. Cool.
Another max damage dice.
Yeah, even if it is only 4, that's going to be the end of my turn.
Alright, Cloaker is going to try and escape, and I realise that in Bright Light it's not all of its checks, it is just attack rolls and wisdom ones, so you've all been getting a little bit of bonus against this thing, so I am going to just roll a strength, and you will have to do the same, please, Wide Eye.
Okey-dokey.
And I should be able to just roll that normally. There we go.
Oh, so ability check. Survey says.
Do you still have Bardic Inspiration?
I don't think that would help right now. Because it's
Maybe not.
only. How much is it?
It's quite a lot
It's
less.
a 1d6, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bear with me a second. Before you do anything more, I am going to use my reaction to cast Silvery Barbs. It's an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw that it's done, isn't it?
It's wisdom ability check, yeah.
Yep, cool. There we go. So magically distract the triggering creature and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for another creature. So it must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
Ooh, interesting. Okay.
Like that.
Silvery Bobs is gross, for all the best reasons.
Okay.
Okay, so it is still higher, I'm afraid.
Yep.
That was a good idea, those Pascal. Really good.
However, somebody will choose a different creature that I can see within range, and they will get advantage on the next attack roll, ability check, or saving throw. Most of you have been getting advantage anyway, haven't you? I think, because of it being grappled. Elias, take advantage anyway, just in case.
On an attack roll, ability check or saving throw.
Yes? Is that worth it for you, or am I better just passing that to Wide Eye?
Doesn't matter, you've done it now.
Okay, yep.
So, the cloaker is now not grappled, and obviously its little ambush has not gone as planned. He's not getting a meal anytime soon. He kind of tries to run towards these rocks, using it as a springboard. I need everybody who's within melee range to roll a dex saving. Sorry, was it dex last time? Was it sleight of hand? It was sleight of hand, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. Roll me a sleight of hand to see if you get an opportunity attack in time.
No.
One of us does.
Is it just a normal roll?
Yeah.
Cool.
There you go. So, Elias, you are fast to act, as the others are obviously kind of still laying into it weapons and kind of recovering from their previous swings. You managed to get an attack in, or an attack or a melee spell.
Well,
Which was your preference?
a shocking grasp, I think, is good. Is what going to be what's called for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, with a lizard still attached to the.
Yep.
Okay, yeah. Can you end the cloaker's turn?
Yes, I can. 1 moment.
I'm just making sure that it's right. Okay, yeah. So, lizard attached, providing a help action, so I can do this at advantage. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
17 hits.
7 lightning damage.
So that is applied to it, and it cannot take a reaction until the start of its next turn. However, it's less concerned about that, and it's going to try and put some altitude on. If I can just use the remainder of its movement to fly directly up, using those rocks as springboards into the air.
35 feet up.
So it's kind of back in dim light now because it's significantly higher than the torch.
Okay. Sorry, I shouldn't have told you to end its turn before because it was still on its turn. For some reason, I thought it had just gone all the way around to me.
Well, it might have. It wouldn't. I don't know if it would have let you do it if it wasn't done. But anyway, it doesn't particularly matter at this stage. So now it's your turn.
I don't think I've got anything that's gonna have the range. Because everything. Well. Oh no, Mind Sliver is 60 feet. Okay. I thought for some reason it was 30. Yeah, let's try that then. Mind Sliver.
Okay, now, being as it is out of that range, do you want to use that silvery barb to get advantage on that, or disadvantage for its save?
Or I thought you gave it to Wide Eye, didn't you? So the
Silvery Barbs? No, you've got it.
oh right, sorry. Yeah. Give it disadvantage.
It fails.
Okay, cool. So it's gonna take 5 psychic damage, and then it's gonna lose another D4 on its next saving throw.
Okay.
And what's the range on my telekinetic show? It's only 30 feet.
Remember, these rocks are about 5 foot elevated.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah, sure. Fuck it, why not? I'll run up then onto the top of the rocks and, like, my absolute extension of my hand above my head, I'll try and shove it downwards. DC 14 strength minus 1d4.
Oh,
Not that it matters.
Okay. It is just at the limits. You can feel the grasp of your telekinetic hand is significantly weaker than it would otherwise be. You manage to grip its tail, but it yanks itself free.
Okay.
Okay,
And
Mardo.
Okay.
You see this thing kind of flapping skyward. You'll quickly lose it in the darkness of the night.
Well, he's angry. He's upset. He wanted to die. I'm gonna reckless as well.
What?
Just absolutely launch one more javelin at it while I can.
It hits.
Hey. For 12.
Wide Eye, you kind of take a running throw and hurl this javelin skywards. You strike it right in the middle of its torso, and the javelin kind of pierces most of the way through. With one final screech, it comes crashing down to the rocks. Elias, you kind of managed to get out of the way just in time. It kind of spasms around for a little bit, but eventually it kind of curls up into a bit of a ball, and it seems to be dead.
Nice.
Nice.
Wide Eye will just walk over to it and just be like, I need my javelin back. Just fucking 1 foot on it and just tear the javelin back out.
Yeah, I'm
So
gonna
you
spend.
kind of pull this free with kind of like a spurt of gore. Jacinto kind of rounds on you, Yinfu. I warned you to be careful. I could have gone much worse.
Yeah. Thanks for the light.
He kind of nods and then kind of sticks his torch into the sand, actually extinguishing it. Good. Now we'd best keep our profile low. We don't want to attract any more of them. And I think that is probably where we're going to have to call it for tonight, just due to timing. But,
Yes, please.
yes.
But no, well done, everyone.
Cheers. Good session.
Yeah.
Bit of a brown pants moment at turn 1 there. Let's go.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I just saw my health dropping like a rock.
Yeah, that was